I woke up staring at a familiar ceiling. My eyes drifted to the computer on my desk, its faint glow illuminating the room. When did I get home? I muttered, rising slowly from bed. My thoughts felt scrambled, fragments of memories slipping through my grasp. Nothing made sense. "Victor!" A voice called out, soft and angelic, yet laced with worry. It was a woman's voice, beautiful, comforting, and completely unfamiliar. "Ugh, who?" I groaned as a sharp pain shot through my head. Pressing a hand to my temple, I tried to steady myself. Leaning on the bed, I pushed myself up, but my hand sank into the mattress. A loud crack echoed through the room as the bed's frame shattered beneath me. What the hell? My eyes widened as I stared at the gaping hole in the mattress. My hand had done that. The wood splinters told a story my mind refused to believe. "What's wrong with me?" I whispered aloud, my voice trembling. This wasn't normal. I wasn't this strong. I combed through my scattered memories, trying to piece together what had happened. I went to the store to get groceries for Mom, but then my train of thought derailed as an unbearable thirst clawed at my throat. It wasn't just thirst, it was a primal hunger, a desperate need. I stumbled toward the bathroom, ignoring the groaning protests of the wooden floor beneath my feet. Grabbing the door handle, I pulled and ripped the entire door off its hinges. I froze, staring at the splintered wood in my hand. There was no time to process this strange surge of strength. My throat burned like fire. I turned the faucet, but my grip snapped the handle clean off. Water burst forth in a chaotic spray. Ignoring the mess, I bent over and drank greedily, desperate to quench the unbearable dryness. The cold liquid slid down my throat, but it did nothing to soothe the fire inside me. I needed more, something deeper, something vital. "Calm down," the angelic voice spoke again. It echoed in my mind, soothing and commanding. Like a switch flipped, the unbearable thirst disappeared. I collapsed onto the bathroom floor, gasping for air. "Who's there?" I called out, but the only response was silence. "What's happening to me?" My voice was hoarse, my breaths ragged. Glancing at the mirror, I gasped. The reflection staring back wasn't mine. Not entirely. My face was sharper, more defined. My muscles, once lean and unremarkable, were now sculpted and powerful. But it was my skin that shocked me most. Pale, deathly pale, as though every drop of blood had been drained from my body. My blue eyes seemed to shimmer unnaturally, and my black hair glistened like polished obsidian. This wasn't me. "Victor, what's going on? Why all the noise?" My mother's voice snapped me out of my trance. Her presence filled me with dread. My throat burned again, and the hunger returned, fiercer, more focused. Through the wall, I could see her silhouette, her heartbeat a mesmerizing rhythm. My vision blurred, the world turning crimson. Her heart glowed vividly, calling to me, tempting me. "Victor, are you okay?" Her voice was closer now, her steps nearing the bathroom door. "Mom," I croaked, clinging to the last threads of my self-control. I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing the temptation away. "I'm fine. Just give me a minute." "What's wrong?" "Open the door." "I can't." I blurted out. "I'm not dressed." Silence. Then, mercifully, her footsteps retreated. "Fine, but clean up your mess, Victor, and take out your trash." Her words were sharp, but they brought an odd sense of comfort. My lips twitched into a faint smile. Even in moments like this, her blunt honesty grounded me. The crisis averted, I turned my attention back to the room. The destruction I'd caused was undeniable. My bed was in ruins, the door ripped from its frame, and the bathroom was flooded. I had to clean up before anyone saw this. 2 hours later, as I worked, I discovered the extent of my transformation. My strength was monstrous, making even the simplest tasks dangerous. Every movement required careful control. My senses were heightened to an overwhelming degree. I could hear whispers from the farthest corners of the neighborhood and smell blood from an impossible distance. Then there was the vision. Focusing, I could shift into a crimson-tinted view of the world, seeing through walls and locking onto glowing hearts. The sight terrified me. I shut it off quickly, not daring to linger. By the time I finished cleaning, I had one conclusion. I wasn't human anymore. I was something else. The signs were too clear. Superhuman strength, heightened senses, an insatiable thirst, and an aversion to normal food. A vampire, I whispered, the word tasting foreign and absurd. But it made sense. Testing the classic weaknesses, I found little to worry about. Crosses, garlic, sunlight, none affected me. The sun even felt warm against my skin. Yet, despite these revelations, my reflection in the mirror felt alien. What am I? I asked, my voice hollow. As the morning light filled the room, I lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling. My mind churned with questions and fears. Whatever had happened, one thing was certain. I couldn't go back to who I was before. With a deep sigh, I closed my eyes, hoping that sleep would bring answers. Or, at the very least, peace. The moon hung high, casting a silvery glow over the world below. I opened my eyes, throat burning with an unbearable thirst. Panic surged through me. I feared for my family's lives, dreading the thought of what I might do in this uncontrollable state. I staggered to the window, throwing it open. Without hesitation, I leapt out, the frame cracking under the force. For a brief moment, I soared through the night sky, feeling a strange, intoxicating power surging through me. The night amplified my senses. I could hear far beyond the limits of my neighborhood. The air buzzed with sounds I couldn't fully comprehend, but the bloodlust gnawed at me, clouding my mind like a drunk driver gripping the wheel. The scent of blood was overwhelming. It consumed me. My fangs extended without warning, sharp and deadly. I couldn't stop myself. I landed heavily on a rooftop, the concrete cracking beneath my weight. Driven by the maddening pull of blood, I dashed toward the source, moving faster than I'd thought possible. When I stopped, I was in a dark alley, surrounded by the scent of fear and blood. My vision turned crimson, silhouettes emerging in the haze. 3 men restrained a woman, her arms pinned as a knife glinted at her throat. The men's hearts glowed faintly, their rhythmic pulses tempting me. But the woman, her heart didn't glow. Instead, her neck emitted a strange, radiant red light. She intrigued me in a way the men didn't. "Hey, who are you? Get lost!" one of the men shouted. His voice barely registered. My lips curled into a predatory smile, revealing the sharp fangs that sent terror surging through their faces. "A monster," stammered the man holding the woman. His knife trembled in his hand. Fear paralyzed them, their bodies frozen like prey caught in a predator's gaze. I moved without thought, appearing before the knife-wielding man in an instant. My hand pierced his chest, ripping out his heart with ease. I held it in my palm, feeling its rhythm falter and stop. But the sight repelled me. Dropping it, I turned my gaze to the next man. "Hi!" The second thug's scream echoed as I disappeared and reappeared behind him. Before he could react, his head rolled from his shoulders, his lifeless body crumpling to the ground. Out of morbid curiosity, I licked the blood from his face. It was vile. Disgusted, I spat, wiping my mouth. Revolting. The last man didn't stand a chance. A single swipe of my hand severed him in two. The smell of blood filled the air, overwhelming my senses. My consciousness wavered, teetering between wakefulness and delirium. It felt like a twisted dream. A sudden laugh pierced the haze. My crimson vision receded, revealing a woman standing before me. Her beauty was otherworldly. Pale skin, violet eyes, and hair as white as snow cascading to the ground in a ponytail. Her black dress clung to her elegant frame, its Gothic design enhancing her ethereal presence. She was tall, nearly my height, her voice carrying the same angelic tone I'd heard before. "As expected, you've exceeded my expectations, Victor," she said, her smile both alluring and dangerous. Recognition flickered in my mind. I began, but she placed a finger against my lips. "She'll quench your thirst first." My blood will tell you everything you need to know, darling. Her words dripped with seduction as she unfastened the top buttons of her dress, revealing the pale curve of her neck. My body betrayed me, drawn to her like a moth to flame. I swallowed hard, my senses ablaze. Unable to resist, I embraced her and sank my fangs into her neck. Her blood flowed into me, rich and intoxicating, filling me with a euphoria beyond anything I'd ever known. "Ah, you're being quite rough," she teased, her voice tinged with pleasure. Then I felt her bite into my neck, the sensation magnifying the connection between us. Our bond deepened, an overwhelming flood of memories surging into my mind. I saw the world through her eyes, a marketplace I recognized. Her voice, calm yet resolute. "Yes, I will make him my darling." The scene shifted to an abandoned building where she performed a ritual. My body, broken and bleeding, lay at her feet. Her blood revived me, regenerating my wounds as a magic circle spun beneath us. "Victor, you will be reborn," she whispered, snapping my neck to complete the transformation. The vision ended, and I awoke back in the alley. Her blood still lingered on my tongue, her voice breaking the silence. "Victor, do you want to kill me? You've had your fill, haven't you?" I pulled away, my mind swimming with questions. "What's your name?" Her smile was radiant. "Violet. Violet Snow. The violet ice flower?" I quipped, forcing a smile. "Fancy name." She chuckled. "My family is peculiar." "I'll bet." I shrugged. "Offer my own name. Victor Walker." "The Walking Victor?" She laughed softly. "How fitting." I glanced at the corpses around us, a nauseating sight. My rational mind screamed at the carnage, but another part of me felt indifferent. Conflicted, I turned to Violet. "Let's go somewhere else," she suggested, her voice gentle. I nodded, grateful for the change. With effortless grace, she leapt onto the rooftop. I followed, though my strength shattered the ground beneath me. I needed to learn control. For now, I pushed those thoughts aside and followed this enigmatic vampire. I didn't trust her fully, but there was something familiar about her, something I couldn't yet place. For now, I'd follow, one step at a time.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
I accompanied Violet to a mansion similar to those you would only see in movies. The place was absurdly huge. How many rooms does this place have? Just from the size of the garden and the statue of a woman in the middle of the garden, I realized this place must have cost a lot of money. The moment I tried to enter Violet's house, I was prevented from entering. Soon I remember the weakness of vampires who can't enter other people's houses without being invited. It seems I have that weakness too. Violet looks at me for a moment, just as a woman who is dressed as a French maid appears. The moment the woman enters my vision, I realize she's not a vampire. She has blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, blue eyes, and a modest body. She looked to be between 21 and 30 years old. Her height was a little short. I think she was 170 cm. "Miss Violet, I see you have brought a guest." The maid spoke in a neutral tone that held no feeling. "Natalia, can you invite him in?" Violet spoke in a friendly tone. "Yes, Miss Violet," she said while looking at Violet. "You can enter." When the maid spoke these words, I felt as if a force that was preventing me from entering had disappeared. "Come on, Victor. You must have a lot of questions, right?" Violet spoke with a gentle little smile. I nodded in agreement. I walked towards Violet and started to follow her. While I was walking towards Violet, I felt the maid look at me like she was sizing me up or something. Passing the maid, Violet and I walked towards a living room. She points to a plush-looking sofa and asks me to sit down. I nod my head in agreement. As I take a seat on the couch, I see Violet walking up beside me and sitting down next to me. Her scent is very alluring. I shake my head several times in an attempt to control my impulses. You are controlling yourself very well despite being a newborn," she commented with a small surprised smile. "I was thinking you would jump on me and ravage me on this couch for all the servants in this mansion to see. Too bad. This woman," I feel my eyes twitch a little when I hear what she says. Although I find that offer attractive, I'm not an exhibitionist. and I want answers. You're honest? She blinked a few times as she responded with a pretty smile. Try to live with a woman who only speaks her mind for 21 years of your life. You will inevitably pick up on some of her traits. I spoke with a shrug. For some reason, I felt the temperature around Violet start to warm up. Hey, I wonder who this woman is, she spoke as her eyes were hidden by her hair. She is my mother, of course. Suddenly, the temperature around her started to return to normal, and Violet looked up smiling. Oh, she's your mother. Of course, she's your mother. I forgot you had a mother. She nodded her head several times, as if she understood something very important. And you're also a virgin, so, of course, you don't have a girlfriend. How do you know I looked at her in disbelief. How does she know I didn't have girlfriends? Oh, only humans who are virgins can be turned into vampires. That's why I know you're a virgin. That's not what I wanted to know, but whatever. This is new to me. I thought vampires could turn any human into a vampire, but there is this restriction. Huh? Realizing I was silent thinking about something, Violet starts talking. Before I start explaining, you know what we are, right? I honestly answer, a vampire, or something like a vampire. Oh, why do you think that? I organize my thoughts and respond. First of all, I don't have the weaknesses of movie vampires like, for example, garlic, sunlight, running water, the cross of Jesus, etc. For some reason, Violet opens her eyes wide when she hears what I said. And I've never seen a vampire with the ability to see the red world. Of course, I was talking about the movies I've watched, but Violet seems to ignore that. Red world? Violet asked. I elaborate. For some reason, when I'm excited by the smell of blood, the way I see the world changes and turns red. In this world, the walls seem to cease to exist, and I just see a plane with various silhouettes of the humans. And when I look at the hearts of humans, I can see their red hearts beating like they are inviting me to drink that person's blood. For lack of better names, I call that world the red world. I guess I should call it vampire vision in the future, but that's not right. After all, it seems to be my power alone. I'll think about that later. I look at Violet, precisely speaking, I look at Violet's neck, but you're the only one who is different. When I look at you with that vision, I can only see your neck glowing red. Violet looks at me like she's looking at a rare animal. As I thought, it seems like it was the right decision to turn you into a vampire. You are more special than I thought. And you also inherited my characteristics, she said excitedly, as she hugged me. Woman, explain to me what's going on, I said as I pulled her face away from my neck. This woman is thirsty for blood. Cough. Violet pretended to cough and leaned away from me. She assumed a noble woman's posture and started talking. This posture would be more convincing if she wasn't in my lap, but I'm not complaining. Let's start at the beginning. There are two kinds of vampires in this world. The noble vampires I'm a part of, and the plebeian vampires that you'll one day meet. The two species are the same, but at the same time different. For example, noble vampires can have children, and, without exception, the noble vampire's child will have the same characteristics as his noble father or mother, with the only difference being that the characteristics of the child will be much stronger. The Snow family has the fire trait. We can control fire, and we have full immunity to the sun. Normally, this trait wouldn't be passed on to other vampires my family has raised, but you seem to be different, she said in a happy tone. I opened my eyes a little. That means I inherited. Yes, you inherited my trait. All vampires, without exception, have a weakness to the sun. Only a few families have a certain resistance to sunlight, but only my family has full immunity to sunlight. I swallow hard for a moment when I think of the bullshit I've done. Just out of curiosity, what happens when a normal vampire is bathed in sunlight? Violet smiled gently. They turn to ashes. Jesus Christ. That was close, really. I almost turned to volcanic ash. But Snow, huh? The characteristic of her family is the opposite of the meaning of her name. Just like I said before, my family's characteristic is to control fire. She raises her hand, and a fireball appears in her hand. My family is very feared in the vampire world. After all, with a small ball of fire, we can burn a vampire to ash. She spoke with a predatory smile, full of shark-like teeth. What's the difference with plebeian vampires? I asked. They can't have children, and they get characteristics according to their personality. The plebeian vampires are usually the vampires that the noble vampires have created. So, I'm a plebeian vampire? I asked, confused. After all, I wasn't born a vampire. Yes and no. Violet spoke. You were born a plebeian vampire, but since you inherited my trait, that makes you a noble vampire. Remember that red world you talked about? She spoke in a sensual tone as she breathed close to my ear. Yes, I reply in a flat voice, trying to ignore her teasing. That's your plebeian vampire trait. You gained that trait when I turned you into a vampire. Do you remember your immunity to sunlight? She asked as she licked my ear. When Violet licked my ear, it felt like a surge of electricity went through my entire body. Feeling Violet's panties rubbing against my little brother, I can't help but get excited. Yes, I replied a little breathlessly. I didn't even realize I had held my breath. You inherited this trait from me. Normally that's not possible, but you're special. Your blood is special. She licked my neck. Just because you have full immunity to sunlight, that makes you a noble vampire of House Snow. Am I special? Is my blood special? What the hell is this woman talking about? Despite being aroused and my urges freaking out telling me to bite Violet, I could still think somewhat clearly. Let's save the boring explanation for later. Violet pulls away from me. I look at her face and see that it was a little red and she was breathing heavily. She was clearly turned on and felt bloodlust. She put her hand on my shirt and rips. She opens her mouth and I can see her teeth transforming. They got sharper, just like mine. Her teeth seemed capable of tearing flesh easily. She bites me with those teeth that look like those of a shark. I only feel the pain for a moment, but soon a wave of pleasure spreads through my body and I grab Violet's ass. I get up from the couch holding us and throw her back onto the couch. While doing all these moves, she hasn't stopped sucking my blood. I rip off her goth dress, and soon an elegant black bra appears. I open my mouth, and I feel my teeth change, and my vision shift to blood red. As I look around the mansion with my eyes, I see all the people hiding behind the mansion wall. It made me lose the urge to bite Violet, and a wave of annoyance began to spread through my body. Doing the math, I see 4 female silhouettes and 2 male silhouettes. Only one silhouette had their heart glowing red. I assume this is the maid I saw when I entered the mansion. The rest must be vampires. For some inexplicable reason, I was annoyed. I was extremely annoyed. I know I'm not an exhibitionist, but these emotions don't make sense to me. It's like a little problem is going up 500x because of my emotions. I look at a silhouette that has a red, glowing mark on its neck. I see that person's silhouette shiver for a moment. A bloody atmosphere began to leave my body, and I spoke with an irritated growl. Leave. I've seen the silhouette shake several times, but the male silhouette clenches his fist tightly and remains in place. Is it that annoying because he didn't leave? Annoying? Irritating? Noticing the irregularity in my emotions, Violet stops biting me and looks up to where I was looking with glowing red eyes. Leave. As soon as she orders, the people behind the walls disappear. Ignore them, they're just protecting me. My family is overprotective, you know? She giggled a little with her lips full of blood. She pushed me down on the couch again and showed her neck. Eat. The feeling of annoyance begins to subside, and soon my impulses start to trigger again, and soon I bite Violet's neck. I don't understand, I said out loud with my head in Violet's lap. After our blood-sucking session, I lay in Violet's lap while she stroked my hair. What do you not understand? She spoke in a maternal tone. My emotions, I said, then continued. I've always been a calm, rational person. My mom always taught me to use my head in any kind of situation, but I don't understand why I'm losing control of my emotions. It's a very strange feeling. Violet, who was still wearing a black bra, looks at me and flashes a small maternal smile. You're doing better than most newborns, don't worry. This is normal. This is normal? I questioned confusedly. In the vampire movies I watch with my dad, vampires always seem to be in control of their actions. I guess I shouldn't take knowledge of movies to reality. Huh? Well, I can't help but list them considering I watched a lot of movies with my dad. He was a hardcore movie fan. Yes, vampires feel things more intensely than a normal human. It's because of this problem that we live in isolation with other vampires. Just imagine, you're walking down the street calmly, and you accidentally bump into a vampire? If that vampire is a newborn, he will be extremely upset and will want to kill you. That is ridiculous. I can't help but comment. Indeed, but it's not just that. Love, hate, fun, etc. All of our emotions are amplified. There are a lot of vampires who are crazy because of that. Vampires seem to be a problematic race. Come to think of it, I accepted the situation too easily, huh? Well, it's no use crying over spilled milk. At least now, I won't suffer from constant anemia because of my blood type. Suddenly, I hear footsteps approaching. I look in the direction of the steps and see the blonde maid again. Miss Violet. The blonde maid looks at me and Violet for a few seconds. She looks at Violet again. Miss Violet, please dress appropriately. We have a visitor. Violet looks at the maid with an annoyed look. I realize she wasn't upset with the maid. She was upset with the guest. I get up from Violet's lap, and my eyes turn red. As I look toward the mansion's entrance, I see the silhouettes of a man and a woman, and both their necks are glowing red. Vampires, huh? I commented in a neutral tone. Violet looks at me with her eyes shining. That skill of yours is quite useful. How far can you see? She looked like a child who found something very interesting. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. I don't know, I've never tested the limits of my abilities yet, I spoke honestly. Violet nods, a little disappointed, and gets up from the couch. The maid approaches a wall and gently pushes a part of it. Soon a wardrobe of black clothes appears. But for some reason, there are men's clothes too, and the men's clothes are also black. Choose any outfit and get dressed, Victor. I had prepared the clothes for you beforehand. Ah, I've wanted to say those words for a long time. She speaks with an excited smile. Choose any outfit? But it's all the same. I look at Violet with a neutral face. When she gets close to the wardrobe, I can't help but think. A long time. Huh? Just how long have you been watching me, Violet? Suddenly a woman who is wearing a modern maid's outfit appears at my side. Lord Victor, please dress appropriately for the visitors. They may be lesser beings or maybe insects. They may even be pigs who came here to be downcast. But you, as a noble vampire, must always dress appropriately. The maid spoke in a neutral tone that held no emotions, but I could feel her contempt for her guest. I look at the maid. She has short black hair, black eyes, and her expression is always set with a poker face. Looking at the maid's features, she looks oriental and she's very short. She must be around 160 cm. What's your name? And Lord Victor? Why are you calling me that? I ask confused. This maid's name is Kagaya, and you are Lady Violet's husband, so, of course, we, as servants, should call you with respect. She spoke as if it were obvious. Hearing what the maid said, I opened my eyes wide and quickly turned to Violet, who is being dressed by the blonde maid. Seeing my questioning eyes, Violet displays the most beautiful, loving smile I have ever seen, and says, unlike the movies you've watched in the past, vampires have several restrictions on turning other beings into vampires. The first restriction you already know, the human must be a virgin. The second restriction was created by our ancestors. When creating a new vampire, a ritual must be done. When the ritual takes place, a magic circle appears on the ground. At this moment, the vampire responsible for the ritual must choose whether the human they will transform will become the husband or slave of this vampire. She pauses. Slowly her eyes begin to change to blood red, then continues. When I turned you into a vampire, I chose you to be my husband. So it was that magic circle I saw in the memories, huh? Unconsciously, my eyes start to change to red as I look at Violet, and I can feel something I can't explain. It is like I'm being filled with another life. It's a really weird feeling, but it's really good. It's the same feeling I get when I feed on Violet's blood, but at the same time different. I can also feel emotions that aren't mine. I feel happiness, love, and obsession coming from Violet. These emotions are so intense that I feel overwhelmed for a moment. Can you feel it? She spoke in a loving voice as she touched the area where her heart was. She was breathing erratically, and I could see that the air around her was starting to heat up. Yes, I said honestly, I try to focus on that feeling, and I can feel Violet. I can feel all the emotion she is transmitting to me, but unconsciously, I turn my head and look in a different direction than Violet, and I can feel something incredibly faint. It was like I felt a connection somewhere else, an extremely weak connection, but I couldn't pinpoint the location of this connection I was feeling. This is proof of our connection. From the moment I turned you into a vampire, you became my husband for all eternity. You became my darling. I turned to look at Violet. When she spoke those words, she had a crazy smile on her face. It was a dangerous smile. But at the same time, I thought that smile was beautiful, a very beautiful smile indeed. She definitely had a head problem, and I think that just for the simple fact that I'm taking this very easily, I must have a head problem too. But honestly, I do not mind. I display a small, happy smile. It looks like I'll see you for years to come, so I hope you take care of me. Honey, the last word almost didn't come out of my mouth. After all, I didn't know if it was right. I didn't know what it was to have a girlfriend, much less did I know what it was to have a wife, but I felt it was appropriate to call her that way. Suddenly, Violet's smile grows erratically. She suddenly appears in front of me and hugs me tightly. Yes, I will take care of you. My darling. It seems I triggered some kind of button in this woman's body. She started hugging me and sniffing me while saying darling. She dragged her hand all over my body like she was trying to possess me or something. She looked incredibly adorable. Unconsciously, I started stroking her white hair. Feeling my hand in her hair, she suddenly froze and stopped moving. She turned her face towards me. As we were almost the same height, I could see her face very close to mine. As I caressed her, I asked, "What happened? Why did you stop?" Aren't you annoyed or irritated by my attitude?" She asked in an untrusting voice. "Why would I be? I think you are incredibly adorable," I replied honestly. Ugh, she put her hand to her chest. It was like she had been hit by something in her heart. Yes, indeed. Lady Violet is definitely at a point of no return. Kaguya spoke as the blonde-haired maid approached Natalia. Natalia made a silent gesture to Kaguya. Kaguya just nods. I look at myself and realize I was wearing a black suit. I looked shocked at my appearance and at Kaguya's hands holding my old clothes. Wait, that's my underwear? How could I not feel her undressing me? Kaguya made some hand gestures. I am a professional employee of Clan Snow. I would be surprised if Lord Victor could feel me undressing him. These hands have been trained to undress any man or woman no matter what gender. I must comply with my duty properly. As a professional maid, I take my duty very seriously. She spoke in a flat, unemotional tone, but I could feel an unshakable confidence in that maid's tone. Okay, I didn't know what to say. Actually, what am I supposed to say? I just thought that and turned to Violet, who was still in a state like she was dreaming. She was giggling in low tones as she spoke quickly. She seemed to be delirious. She's definitely in a state of no return. I think I should notify Lady Violet's parents. Natalia said as she walked towards the door. Well, isn't that interesting? A very dedicated maid. A blonde maid who doesn't seem to care about her master, and a quirky master. I think vampires are weird beings, huh? Although the blonde maid is not a vampire. It took a while for Violet to wake up from her state of illusion, or I don't think she's fully awake yet. We were in a different room. I was sitting on the couch, and Violet was sitting next to me as she hugged my arms with a little smile on her face. She looked like a very respected noblewoman. It seems like her attitude I saw a few minutes ago was all an illusion. I look around and can't help but wonder how many rooms does this mansion have? This room looks incredibly similar to the one I was in, but I feel this room is different. For some reason, I feel uneasy in this place. It's like I'm being watched. I use my vision that changes my world to blood red, and I could see why I felt that way. This room was surrounded by vampires. I did a brief count, and there were 20 vampires, and they were all over the mansion. It looks like this place is bigger than I thought. I look down and see some red silhouettes in the basement too. I also see that the only human in this mansion is Natalia, and she was actually in the basement sitting with 2 more vampires, and she seems to be eating something. Lady Violet, I didn't know you were, dating Dash. The vampire who was sitting across from me started to speak, but he was interrupted by Violet. He is my husband. She spoke in a neutral tone that carried a lot of happiness. I didn't know you were married, the man spoke. I look at the man who is accompanied by a woman. He is a tall man of 190 cm, with short black hair, slicked back. He was wearing a white suit and glasses. Overall, he looked like a successful lawyer. The woman, who was looking at me like she was looking at prey, has short black hair. Her haircut looks like a Karen's, and she was wearing a normal work suit. She's shorter than the man and must be around 170 centimeters tall. Coincidentally, her name was also Karen. Violet displays a small smile and speaks while her eyes are closed. Lucy, I don't think you should know something about my life. Why don't you go back to your mommy who gave you that feminine name? She spoke in disdain. Damn, woman. That was wild. Is it okay to talk like that to a guest? Not that I care. Lucy gently adjusts his glasses as his hands shake a little. Cough. He pretended to cough and looked at Violet. Lady Violet, you're right. He leans back on the couch and says, I came here for one reason only. I want permission to bring a lot of vampires to this town. Oh. I start watching the man. Violet opened her eyes, and they were glowing red. Lucy, this is my territory, and I don't accept other vampires in my territory that aren't connected to my family. You know that, and yet you come to ask me about it? Are you looking for war? I wouldn't dare. I intend to live for a few thousand years yet. I don't intend to offend Clan Snow for something small like this. He spoke with a small smile. Violet remains silent and waits for Lucy to continue his words. You know, Lady Violet, I'm a very scared man. I'm very scared of dying, and because of that, I need to defend myself. I don't want to die from a bullet in my head. He spoke while making exaggerated gestures. Violet opens her eyes a little. She seems to understand what he was trying to convey. Then she continued in a bored tone. The Inquisition. The Inquisition? I speak to myself out loud. Oh. Lucy claps his hands in a startled gesture. Lord Husband doesn't know what that is? How long have you been a vampire? Don't tell me you're a newborn? He spoke in a neutral tone, but it was pretty clear he was trying to tease me. I didn't expect the Princess of Clan Snow to have a plebeian husband. I think hell must be frozen by now. The woman next to Lucy said, They're really trying to piss me off, but unexpectedly, I don't feel a thing about them. The feelings I have are something like this. Do you care what a bug thinks of you? I don't care, and I think that's why I don't feel anything. Is this your attempt to provoke me? Childish. I speak honestly. Huh. Lucy exclaimed, a little surprised. I realized the woman was surprised too, but I ignored her. I think they thought I would be angry, since, according to Violet, newborns are very likely to lose control of their emotions. I would understand if you were a newborn who was talking to me, but you're an older vampire, right? Why are you being so aggressive? Are you menstruating? Or do you have a dick in your ass all the time? Is this woman not satisfying you? I think I should call little Timmy for you. Timmy? Lucy asked, confused. Oh, you don't know the legendary Timmys? I spoke with an unbelieving expression. It was like I was looking at two rare animals. I guess that living for so long does not mean that you are a man knowledgeable in modern affairs. I spoke in disdain. Let me enlighten you, my little lamb. Timmy is a church boy. He's 2 meters tall, muscular, and he loves to purge vampires with his holy wand. I think he would love to bond with you, I said with a small smile. Violet inadvertently let out a small laugh for a few seconds, but soon she returned to her noble expression as she kept a small smile on her face. Lucy's smile slowly began to break. Slowly, and as if it were a lie, Lucy's mask began to fall apart. Do you want to die, boy? He spoke with an angry and aggressive tone. In front of me is just an older vampire who is sadistic and likes to kill. Oh, as expected from an older vampire, you're definitely getting senile. I sneered as I ignored Lucy. Lucy, where do you think you are right now? Violet spoke with a small smile on her face that showed all her sharp teeth. The air was suddenly heavy. Lucy could feel killing intent all over the mansion, and small beads of sweat began to appear on his face. Realizing the stupid thing he did, Lucy's expression does a 360-degree turn, and soon he starts to smile gently. Cough! He pretended to cough and spoke in an apologetic tone. I'm sorry about that slip, Lady Violet. The killing intent disappears as if it never existed, but the atmosphere of surveillance still lingers in the air. Something tells me that if Lucy tries to do something, he won't stay alive for long. Well, I must surely praise how quick he is at controlling his emotions. As expected of an older vampire, I guess. Violet, what is the Inquisition? I ignored Lucy and spoke directly to Violet. The Inquisition is an organization made by the Vatican Church. They train humans to hunt down the vampires that are causing trouble in the human world. They use blessed holy water weapons and chant Bible verses to cause permanent damage to vampire mind. Oh, so they are vampire hunters, I said carefree. Why was I calm? Well, it's simple. There's no point thinking about a problem that hasn't happened yet. You'll just get stressed out trying to control the things you don't have control over. And at the end of the day, you become a paranoid and stressed person. The only thing I have to do right now is to learn more about this world and about the changes in myself. After all, I'm still a newborn, a little fish that has just been born in a new lake. Yes, Violet agreed. I reach up to Violet's ear and say, I tested in my room that the cross of Jesus doesn't affect me. So am I immune? You're not immune to church attacks. What you have in your room is just a normal item. The items used by the church are blessed by the Pope himself, the closest figure to God we have in this world. So, does God exist? I ask curiously. I don't know, but I think so. After all, those weapons affect us. Violet replies, a little confused. Church, huh? I can't help but think out of curiosity, the church has been active for millennia, so this organization that worked for the church must have a lot of influence in the world. Lady Violet, will you accept my request? Lucy asked. Violet looks at Lucy and replies, no, this is my territory and I don't accept other vampires, even if the Inquisition is here. I and my family can handle it. I think this decision is wrong. I don't have much knowledge of the overall situation, but one thing I can say is I shouldn't trust Lucy. I get a tingling feeling every time I look at him. Oh, I already know. Honey, why don't you give our friend permission? Darling. Violet looks at me with questioning eyes. I just smile at her. She looks at me confused, but she nods, like she's telling me to do whatever I want. Isn't she cute? Lucy, how many vampires do you intend to bring into my wife's territory? I look at Lucy. He evaluates me for a few seconds and responds, 50 vampires. Oh, that's too much. Are they all your offspring? Yes, they are my slaves. I see. You want to protect yourself from the Inquisition, right? We accept your request. You can bring the vampires, but I look at Kagaya, who is behind the sofa, and say a few words, then Kagaya nods and disappears. A few seconds later, Kagaya comes back with the city map in hand. I place the map on the table in front of me, and with the pencil Kagaya also brought, I make a big circle on the map. Keep your minions out of this circle, I said while showing a circle on the region map. This circle surrounds Violet's mansion and my house, which for some reason was quite close to this mansion. Lucy looks at the circle on the map and nods his head. He looks at Violet for a few seconds as if asking permission. Violet nods her head in agreement. Soon, he got up from the couch and extended his hand. Thank you very much, Lord Victor. I am indebted to your generosity. I flash a smile and get up from the couch. Don't worry. Friends were meant to be helped, right? I look at his hand and shake it in a friendly gesture. I suddenly feel like he put more strength in his handshake. It feels like he's trying to break my hand, but he doesn't have enough strength. Isn't he an older vampire? He must be strong, right? Well, he asked for it. My smile grows unevenly. My sharp teeth start to show, and soon I just put a little more strength in my grip. Crack! His hand is shattered. But everyone ignores it except Violet, who is looking at Lucy as if she were looking at a dead man walking. Lucy looks at his hand for a moment. Then he looks at Violet. Until another day, Lady Violet. Violet didn't say anything. She just nodded her head softly. Soon Kagaya escorts the two guests out of the mansion. I sit down on the couch again, and Violet climbs into my lap. What are you planning? She asked as she wrapped her arms around my neck. Bait. Lucy is my worm that will attract the big fish. Violet opens her eyes a little, and then she flashes a smile. Aren't you getting used to this vampire thing a little too quickly? Meh. Vampires are no different from humans. After all, they were once human. I reply. Then I continue. When I went to my mother's work in the past, I learned a few things from the politicians my mother defended in court. Lies and truth are a fine line. Politicians have to live telling lies to get the jobs they have today. Lucy, he's a lot like these politicians. He's a scared fox. He wants to take advantage of every situation. You should know him better than me. Violet nods. Lucy is a vampire who specializes in bringing food to noble vampires. He has good ties to noble families. Buy food, you mean? Humans, Violet spoke mercilessly. So that's why the Inquisition is here? They are after Lucy. It seems that using Lucy as bait was a good idea. I need to know the capabilities of this human organization, and though I can ask Violet to tell me, that would be useless. There's a big difference between seeing one person's capabilities in person and someone else telling you about it. I just nodded my head in agreement with Violet's words, but I felt a weird incongruity in my chest. Common sense is that I should care about this. After all, they're human beings, right? But why don't I feel anything? It's the same feeling as when I see a newspaper or television. You know people are hurting, but you don't care. I think seeing and experiencing tragedy is very different from just knowing it through someone else's mouth. Huh? Normally, noble vampires don't need human blood. Huh? I don't understand now. Isn't that against everything being a vampire is? Violet looks at me. You can suck blood from humans if you want, but that won't quench your thirst. The noble species are a very strong type of vampire, and because of that, we need more blood than normal vampires. To avoid of us having to cause a mass genocide, we ask the witches to do a ritual where when we get married, so we will quench our thirst with our partner. Oh, that's why when I went crazy, I'd rather drink Violet's blood than those men. But there are vampires who get bored drinking their wife's blood all the time. Because of that, vampires like Lucy exist. They kidnap humans and take them to the noble vampires who want to taste new flavors. Got it? Vampires are treating humans like cattle. Huh. Witches. For some reason, I smell trouble a mile away when it comes to witches. Witches. I question Violet. I really know next to nothing about this world, huh? Although some things are similar to movies. Witches are human women who, for some reason, acquire an energy called magic. They use that magic to alter some things related to nature. Do you remember the magic circle you saw in my memories? I nod in agreement. They were also created by the witches at the request of the ancient vampires. They'll do anything for money. They're mercenaries. If you pay the right price, they'll do anything for you. Mercenary witches. Interesting. I flashed a small smile as I started to stroke Violet's hair. I feel Violet squirm in my arms, but I keep stroking her hair. Violet's hair is my favorite type of hair for women. Long hair, so I can stroke it as many times as I want. I feel like I will never get bored doing this. Soon, Kagaya returns accompanied by Natalia, the blonde-haired maid. I also see that the vampires that were hiding in the fake walls were all in the basement now. Lord Victor, I think that is enough. If you continue, I think Lady Violet will die. Kagaya spoke in a neutral, emotionless tone, but for some reason, I could feel she was joking. I look at Violet and see that she was a flushed mess, her breathing was ragged, and she was looking at me with obsessive eyes. But I did not do anything. I just caressed her. Looking out the window, I saw it was dawn. I have to go to college. Looks like I have to go back. I said out loud. Hearing my voice, Violet quickly wakes up from her drunken state and looks at me. You want to go back? But what's the point of studying now? You're my husband, and everything mine is yours. You just have to live here with me. I look at Violet. Calm down. I don't want to be a parasite that depends on my wife. I mean, it would be nice to let you be my sugar mama, but I'm a vampire, not a degenerate. Why are you going back to college then? Violet asked a little calmer. Honestly, I was studying economics in order to get a degree and somehow help my family. After all, my family situation is not the same as when I was 15. I answer honestly. Then I continue. I even got a job at McDonough's that pays me $15 an hour. I used that money to pay for my college, but I look at my hand. I focus my feelings on my pale hand. Now that's not necessary. There are several ways to make money with my current condition, and I'm not willing to abandon my family. If I'm not close to my mom, she'll get bored. After all, with her personality, she wouldn't make many friends. I laughed a little when I thought of my mom. Though I became a vampire, I don't intend to abandon my family and friends. I'm not going to act like an emo and say that I'm going to put my family in danger, and because of that, I need to abandon them. I may have changed my race, but I'm me. I make my own decisions. And since I know there's a way I can't go crazy from bloodlust, the worry of hurting my family is practically non-existent. So you go to college just because you want to? Violet asked me confused. Yes, I'm going to quit my job and go to college to enjoy school life a little. Because of my illness, I've always lived in fear of trying too hard. Because of my illness, I couldn't enjoy much of my life, but that's not an obstacle anymore. I said honestly, I always wanted to play sports, I always wanted to swim, to play basketball, but because of my illness, I couldn't do that kind of activity. I look at Violet. Don't you want to come with me? Huh? Well, I want to introduce you to my family. You're my wife, right? You have to meet my family and friends. I plan to invite her to live with me, since if Violet comes to live with me, there will be few things that threaten my family's life. After all, these vampires seem to obey Violet's every word. If she is living with me, that will ensure that my family is protected. Violet displays a happy smile and starts hugging me again. I laugh and start stroking her head. She looks so happy. Yes, I'll go with you. In fact, I'm going to live with you. Let's go. She spoke happily as she got up and pulled me somewhere. Well, it looks like I don't need to ask her to move in with me. She did it herself. I thought as I smiled satisfied. Wait, I spoke in a neutral tone. Violet looked at me. If you want to live with me, you have to promise to protect my family. Oh, is that it? That is something easy to do. Few people would dare to mess with my family. She said, smiling. Then she continued. My family is your family too, right? We are married. Of course, I would protect your family. She spoke with a proud smile. I can't help stroking this woman's head. Isn't she very beautiful? Lady Violet was manipulated, right? Kagaya whispered in a not-so-low voice. Yes, and probably she doesn't even care about it, Natalia replied. Sigh, we're lost. What if Lord Victor decides to get his hands on us? Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone with exaggerated gestures. I doubt that would happen. He seems to have no interest in us, and Violet would probably kill us if that happened, Natalia replied again in a flat tone. True, a stalker's love is something difficult to understand, Kagaya said. Shoo, don't say that. What if someone hears you? Natalia spoke in a louder voice. Are these women right in the head? February 2nd, the day after Victor discovered the changes in his body. I was walking towards my house with Violet clinging to my arm with a really big smile on her face. Currently, only one thing concerns me. How the hell am I going to explain the changes in my body to my mom? I look into the mirrored window of a building next to me. I was 175 cm before I became a vampire. I was a very thin young man who looked very anemic, but when I became a vampire, I grew 5 cm in height. I'm 180 centimeters tall now, with more defined muscles that stand out a little in the outfit I'm wearing. My pale skin has turned a paler shade than it was before, while my black hair and blue eyes have taken on a brighter shade. Overall, I look the same as before, with the only differences being that my body grew and my skin turned paler. By the way, I was wearing casual clothes, a loose black shirt and black pants, along with white sneakers from a famous brand. Violet was wearing a black dress. It was a closed-neck, sleeveless dress made of leather. The dress was a little short, reaching up to her beautiful thighs, almost showing the flesh of her ass. For a moment, I think I actually drooled. It was very sexy, especially glued to her body with her perfect curves. When she saw my gaze, she displayed a seductive smile, as if everything went according to plan. According to my wife, Violet, the vampire transformation forces the body to its peak state, and, as I am a newborn, these changes will only stop happening when my body is fully developed. She said that usually it takes a week for the body to stop constantly evolving. I look at the clock on my phone, and it's currently 7 in the morning. Normally, this wasn't the time for vampires to be awake, but Violet and I were special, so we just looked like a tourist couple from the North Pole or from some other area of the coldest parts of the planet, although I don't know if civilization exists at the North Pole. Why do Violet and I look like tourists? Well, our pale skin color draws a lot of attention, and to my limited knowledge, humans who live in snowy areas of the planet tend to have paler skin color, I think. I'm not sure. I wasn't the brightest student in geography at school. Anyway, we look like two tourists who have come from a very cold place. After all, no one would believe that two vampires are walking around in broad daylight. When Violet and I stopped at a location that she was interested in, the salesperson asked if I was a tourist, and I said yes. I also said that we lived in a really icy area. Surprisingly, he agreed with my words easily. Well, I live in the United States of America, so I guess tourists around here are normal? And Violet? I look at my wife. She seems to be having fun, she seems to consider walking back to my house as some sort of date or something. Apparently, she hasn't left the house for a few years. She told me this by accident. And because of that, she's curious about everything. She looks like a curious kitten. If anything catches her attention, she stops walking and moves toward it. Then if she finds something interesting, she buys it and asks Kagaya, who was accompanying us, to take it. She was like a princess who went to the mall and bought everything she saw and liked. Rich people are different. It wasn't until Kagaya came out into the sun that I found out she was from the same family as Violet. Apparently, she's from a family dedicated to serving Violet's family. She didn't explain much to me about it. An interesting thing about Kagaya is that she is a vampire who only inherited immunity to the sun. She doesn't have control of Violet's fire element. She seems to have an ability called shadows. Basically, she becomes one with a shadow and can walk in the shadows. This is a very broken skill. She can pretty much kill anyone at night. Ugh, Lady Violet. You are buying too many things. The thin arms of this helpless young woman can't take it. I wonder if there is any man who can help me? Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone as she looked at me with bright eyes. Who do you think you are kidding, woman? You? Helpless? Is this some kind of joke? I just turn my face away and ignore Kagaya. Tisk, did I hear a TK just now? Shouldn't this woman be calm and cool or something? Is her mask falling off? Haha, I'm glad you're getting along with Kagaya, but... Violet looks at Kagaya. Don't get too close, okay? She spoke with an emotionless face. I could see it was just a simple warning, but that it contained many meanings I didn't understand. Yes, don't worry, Lady Violet. I take my job very seriously. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone that carried unshakable confidence. Kagaya looked a little nervous. I stroked Violet's hair. Let's keep walking. Help me think of a way to fool my mom. Suddenly, Violet becomes more docile and says, yes. I look at Kagaya with a smug face. Kagaya just turns away and ignores me. Seriously, where is Violet's family finding these interesting people? It's been a while since I've had fun like this, I thought with a smile on my face. Darling, why don't you charm your mothers? Violet spoke suddenly. Oh, are you talking about that skill from the movies? Do I look at someone and tell them to do whatever I want? Yes. Violet nods her head as she continues walking with me. You don't need to do a very difficult one, just something like, ignore the changes in my appearance. To be honest, I was inclined to do that, but I feel it would give me a bad taste in my mouth to charm my family. I look to the side and see police cars speeding past. Vroom! Vroom! The police were chasing a truck, and, just for a few moments, I sensed a familiar smell. I decided this was a good opportunity to test my new senses. I take the cheap black glasses I bought and put them on my face. The glasses only cost $5. They were very big and unfashionable glasses, and the lenses appear to be very dark too. I bought these glasses for one reason only. When I use my red vision, my eyes change to blood red. To avoid drawing attention, I bought some big black glasses. After all, even though I'm wearing glasses, I can still see with this special vision. I switch to my red vision, and soon my world turns red. I focus my vision on the truck and realize there are 20 vampires inside the vehicle. 20 vampires, huh? I spoke in a low voice. Can you see that far? Violet asked, a little shocked. She could do the same. She could look at things far away like she was looking very close, but my vision was more stable, and it wasn't affected by visible obstacles like buildings, houses, metal walls, etc. This was a good skill for reconnaissance. Yes, I think those are Lucy's subordinates. I spoke in a disinterested tone. I said it because I smelled the old vampire stench from those vampires that were in the truck. I only smelled it for a few seconds, but it was enough to recognize them. He's getting a lot of attention. If he's not killed by the Inquisition, he'll die by the claws of noble vampires. Violet spoke in a non-caring tone. She probably has some of her people looking into this matter. Suddenly, Violet stops walking and looks at a big bear that was being sold in a children's store. Just out of curiosity, I looked at the price of the bear, and it cost $25,000. What the fuck? Isn't that just a bear? How is it so expensive? Violet suddenly starts running at the speed of a normal human girl and enters the store. Seeing Violet buying the bear and hugging it, I can't help but say, she's adorable, damn. Kagaya. Why are the nobles going to kill Lucy? Kagaya, who was carrying Violet's bags, spoke in the same neutral tone. It's because he broke the rules. Kagaya looks at me and says, Rule number 4 of being a vampire. Never reveal that you are a vampire to humans. Matters involving the vampire world should not be mixed with human affairs. This rule can be ignored if the vampire is contacting a human with the intention of turning the same human into a vampire. If he breaks this rule, he'll be hunted by the nobles and killed. After all, we don't like to draw too much attention, said the woman who was dressed as a maid while carrying several purchases. If that's not attracting attention, what is? But I understood what she was saying. This rule was basically a warning to younger vampires. Don't make too much of a fuss about vampires, or we'll go after you. They were basically saying that. Soon Violet comes back carrying a big bear and with a happy face. I can't help but pat her head when I see her like this. Feeling my caresses, she shows a happy smile. Then I say, Come on, we're almost there. The two women nod in agreement. Arriving at my house, I open the door. Mom, I'm home. I spoke out loud. Victor? Son, why didn't you answer the phone? I was getting. She trails off as she looks at me standing in the doorway along with two women. Victor? She approaches me suspiciously. I look at my mom. She's going to be 40 this year. She has a little belly fat, but overall, her appearance is well preserved. Long black hair, blue eyes, and a curvy body. She keeps saying that lawyers who look good have a better chance of getting rich clients. My mother's clients in the past were politicians with questionable resumes. They called these politicians fat lambs, and she defended these politicians in exchange for large amounts of money. She not only defended politicians, she defended normal people and even companies that had suffered because of fraud, etc. She's a good lawyer. Even if she defended corrupt politicians, in the end, it doesn't matter. After all, work is work. Does she defend corrupt politicians? Yes, but the money is good, and she's not doing anything illegal. Even though she stopped doing it a long time ago, it was getting dangerous to work in that world. Because of that decision she made in the past, she doesn't win as much money as she had before. Strange. She spoke with a confused face. Then she continued, I feel that you are my son, but at the same time, I feel that you have changed too much to be my son. She is still honest as always. She was standing in front of me, looking at me, with a face that said, You can't fool me. Sigh, when I was 13, you and I went out to a restaurant. We met your ex-friend, that woman you called Thought. I started to speak. What is her name? She asked. Aphrodite. I know her name is Renata, but my mom dubbed her Aphrodite. That is still not enough. She spoke as if she hadn't lost a battle or something like that. On my 21st birthday, you took me outside a brothel and said you'd dump me in that place if I didn't find a girlfriend. Violet suddenly looked at my mom for a moment. She seemed undecided about what to do. Her eyes were glowing dangerously, but soon the light seemed to fade. It looked like she was going through an internal conflict. Cough. My mother pretended to cough. Yes, you're definitely my son. By the way, you shouldn't say that out loud. What will people think of me if they find out I almost gave away my son's cherry just because I wanted my son to have a girlfriend? She spoke with a snort. My eyes start to twitch when I hear what my mom says, but I can't help but smile in happiness. My mom is weird, but she's a good mom. She's not normal like all moms of the world, but she is my mother, and I love her very much as a son. She approaches me and says, You're paler than usual? Do you need food? And it looks like you've grown too. She puts her hand on her head and starts trying to measure my height by comparing her height with mine. My mother's height is around 170 cm. She is a little shorter than my old height before being turned into a vampire, which was 175 cm. It's puberty, Mom. I said the excuse every man ever has told his mother at least once in his life. Puberty? She repeated what I said with distrust. She looks at Violet and Kagaya. Seeing how beautiful both women were, my mother started to enter her own world again. Holy shit! You popped your cherry, and because of it you grew? Kaya, wait a moment. I'll call your father. Suddenly, she starts running towards the stairs. She puts both hands close to her mouth like she has to call someone. Leon, get down here immediately. I mean it. Get your lazy, fat belly down here now, she screamed. Because of my new senses, I heard this scream louder than it should have been, and from Kagaya and Violet's stunned expressions, I can tell they had the same reaction as me. What is it, woman? I am watching a movie. I still have to work later. I want to finish this movie before I go to work. Our son lost his cherry and brought two beautiful girls home. What? Wait a moment. I am on my way. Violet and Kagaya look at me. I try to keep my poker face as much as possible to hide my embarrassment, yes. Let's think about dolphins. Dolphins are beautiful beings, and they have the intelligence of a human. As expected, dolphins should be the rulers of humanity. As I hypnotized myself, my dad started down the stairs. When he appears in front of me, he looks at Kagaya and Violet. Then he nods at me satisfied. As expected of my son, the Mason genes are running through your veins. You've got two beautiful girls, one oriental and one with a noble appearance. I was worried that you would be a virgin forever. He totally ignored my appearance, didn't he? For some reason I have a headache, although I shouldn't have a headache, since I'm a vampire and vampires have regenerative bullshit or something. I look at my dad. He's turning 50 this year. He has brown hair and black eyes. He is 183 cm tall with a beer belly and muscular arms. He was wearing shorts and a white t-shirt. He's a bricklayer. He works in construction. Nowadays he's retired, but he still goes to where he works to give advice or something. I don't really know for sure. I just know he's retired, but for some reason he says he's going to work. I guess old habits don't change, huh? Cough. I give a fake cough and go, Violet, this is my dad, Leon Walker. And this is my mom, Anna Walker, I say as I introduce my parents. Nice to meet you, Violet says while performing in her noblewoman's mask. Mom and Dad, this beautiful white-haired woman is Violet. She is my wife, and this black-haired woman is her personal maid. Huh? At this point, I was in my house sitting on a relatively large and cheap couch. Not that I care about anything like that, and Violet was sitting next to me while Kagaya was behind me holding the bear Violet had bought while she put away everything else that was Violet's behind the couch. Right now, I was thinking about the decisions I made about my family, and seeing the result, I think I made the right decision. My family is strange, but I love my parents very much, and if possible, I don't want to hide anything from them. I know the vampire world isn't something ordinary humans can handle, and because of that, I made a deal with Violet to just keep the vampire world a secret, but that's only temporary. After all, I know this kind of secret will bite my ass in the future. I learned a lot from reading hero comics. They always had this bullshit attitude of hiding things, and in the end, someone important to the hero died, but I need to learn more about the world of vampires. When I'm ready, I'll talk to my parents about this world then. After all, I want to give them this gift too, immortality. It's something everyone wants, and my parents are no exception, I guess. And I don't want to be alone forever. I know I would have my wife, but I can't imagine living without my bundle of joy that I call Mom. I would miss my father too, and his company when I watch movies. Well, no use thinking about it now. This is something for the future. So, you're saying you've been in contact with Violet for several years, and just recently you guys met and started dating? My mother, Anna, asked in disbelief. Wrong. We became husband and wife. Violet spoke with a noble smile. You skipped the boyfriend stage and went straight to the wedding. Are you sure about that, son? My dad asked, and I knew what he was thinking when he asked that question. He was probably thinking something like, you're so young. You've got a lot of fish in your net to catch. Are you sure you want to commit now? Marriage is not a good thing, you know? I'm pretty sure he was thinking about it since we've had this kind of conversation in the past. Although I'm absolutely sure he said it just for the sake of it. After all, his happy smile has never left his face. Yes, we have been dating online for about 3 years now, and when we first met, it was like love at first sight. I'm sure I want to be with her forever, I say with a small smile as I confirm the story Violet and I created. Violet's noble mask starts to break into pieces, and she starts to smile happily. As soon as she hugs me tighter, my mother looks at Violet and shakes her head several times as if she has understood something. I've taught you many times not to be a simp. And you've been chasing this cute girl for 3 years? My son, if you like her, you should talk on the first day. You shouldn't wait for 3 years. My smile starts to crack, and my eyes start to twitch. Woman, I said forget about those topics. Simp, you are being infected over the internet. Forget that word for the love of all gods. I practically yelled. My mom is always up to date with useless stuff. Seriously? Should I cancel this house's internet? It's better that I not. If I do that, maybe my mother will die. My mom just looks at me and sticks out her tongue. She looks like a kid. It's because of that jovial attitude that she doesn't have older friends. Wait, I think Travis' mom is her friend? Travis is my childhood friend who lives 2 houses away from where I live. My dad was dead serious. He looked like a politician who was about to make an important decision. Of course, that politician's important decision was probably about stealing income from a children's school or stealing from another politician. So, did you or didn't you? Father? Did you or didn't you? You know what I'm talking about. Penetration of the sacred cave, drowning the goose, letting the dragon drink the divine nectar, double cultivation, etc. There are several names. No need to be ashamed. At the end of the day, this is a normal act. No matter what society says, the act of drowning the goose is not a sin. You look like a wise man right now. Looks like he's reached nirvana or something. My mom suddenly gets up and hits him on the head. Stop embarrassing our son. What if he loses his wife over this? Do you know how difficult it will be for him to get another woman? Do not screw it up. Mother, you don't have any confidence in me. Huh? My dad makes an apologetic face. My mom looks at me. And? Did you or didn't you? Woman, did you forget what you said a few seconds ago? That thing about not embarrassing me? Ugh. Can we just forget about it at once? Don't you have any other questions to ask? I spoke with a desperate face. The two look at each other and shrug. We don't? Huh? Now I'm confused. Victor, you're 21 years old. You're an adult, and your mom and I have confidence in you. We always think you've got your head in the right place. You were never like other teenagers, and you never gave us any problems, so we trust your decision. Father, Mom, I didn't know they thought of me that way. For some reason, this trust made me happier. And? Did you do it? The two asked at the same time. My smile threatened to break now. Yes, we did. Violet replied with an amused smile. Violet? Looking at her embarrassed face, I understood that she was confusing the act of sucking blood with sex. They both look at me in disbelief. Then they flash the biggest smile I've ever seen in my life. Did you hear that, honey? They did it. We have to buy fireworks. Let's go out now. My mom suddenly ran upstairs. Hey, wait for me. I have to buy the biggest fireworks I can. Let's celebrate. This is a happy occasion. Damn, I wish it was Saturday. I could have a barbecue. My dad got up and ran after my mom. Soon the two come down with clothes and with the car keys in hand. We'll be back soon. Take care. And don't do anything your dad and I wouldn't, my mom said and winked at me. It was pretty obvious that she was hinting at me to do something. I just looked at it all in disbelief. When my mom and my dad left in the car, I looked at the door for a few seconds and started laughing. I really love my family. Lord Victor's family is... Kagaya spoke. Weird. I would say amusing, but the gentleman is the one who said that. Kagaya replied. This made... Somehow, it makes me a little jealous. My mom and dad would never talk to each other like that. Violet spoke with a sad little smile. They've spent so much time together, they can't stand to see each other's faces. I touch Violet's head and start stroking her head. We won't be like that, right? She spoke looking at me. She touched my other hand, and I could feel she was shaking a little. I don't know, I answered honestly while stroking Violet's hair. Then I continued, I may not be very experienced, but I can say something. Relationships are a two-way street. If we strive to make it right, I believe that it will work. I don't think I'll ever regret turning you into a vampire, Victor. But there's one thing I'll always regret. What is it? I ask curious. She squeezes my other hand tighter. I should have stopped those two bitches from being close to the ritual. She spoke in a poisonous tone that carried a lot of hate. Two bitches? Is she talking about those voices? Why didn't she want them both close to the ritual? I look at Kagaya, and she shakes her head in a gesture that says she won't say anything. I look at Violet and see her with a murderous expression. I don't know what's going on, but one thing I'm sure of, if a woman is insecure, you must show confidence that everything will be fine, advice from my mother. Don't worry, Violet. She looks at me confused. I move closer to her face, and then I kiss her. She is surprised for a moment, but soon she kisses me back. But, since we're both inexperienced, our teeth bump into each other. We both stopped kissing and looked at each other, and soon started to laugh a little. Don't worry about things you can't control. It will cause you stress. I recommend you enter the school of Stoicism. It will help you a lot. Stoicism? What is it? Violet asked. It's a philosophical doctrine that emerged in Greece in the 4th century. Some of its teachings are quite useful. I said, a little joking and a little serious. Violet looks at Kagaya. Kagaya nods, and then she disappears. For a moment I saw her running towards the door. She probably went to buy a book or something. I'm slowly getting used to Kagaya's speed, but I still can't follow her with my eyes. But 2 bitches, huh? As I expected, more things happened after I bit Violet. I can think of 2 things that happened. I bit the other 2 female voices like I did with Violet, which I think is very unlikely. After all, Violet said the ritual can only be done by 1 person. Or those 2 voices did something to me. I'm inclined to believe this one since Violet is quite protective of me, and I don't remember what happened in the ritual either. Well, it's no use thinking about it too much now. I'll just keep this in mind until I find out more. I have to sort out more important things now. Currently, I am at the university. Before going to the university, I passed my job and resigned from Unbeknownst. I plan to earn money in a more practical way. I will rob thieves. Think about it. If you have the power of a superhuman, what will you work for? Be a good law-abiding citizen? PFF, the politicians themselves are the ones who steal the most, and they're the people who run this town. They just don't get caught because they know how to hide their tracks. So if I steal from a thief who stole from someone else, am I not a good person? Of course the money would be mine, and I wouldn't pay that money back or anything like that. But before that, I need 3 things. First, I need a fake SSN, a fake ID, and a fake bank account. As I don't know about this, I will ask Violet or Kagaya. They must know something. Second, I need a black mask. Third, I need a black uniform as cringe as possible. Those clothes that could only exist in anime like Tokyo Vampire or something like that. I need to make a persona, a thief who steals from other thieves. Fourth, this is optional. I need some music. Imagine from John Lennon Vo. Why do I need this song? No reason, and the sound of the piano soothes me too. I plan to listen to it while I'm at college. First, I will rob thieves and make easy money. Then I will put this money in a bank in a tax haven. By doing this several times, I can solve my money problems. I can make it easier. I could just charm all the corrupt politicians and thieves, etc. But I will avoid doing that for now. After all, I believe the Inquisition has something that can track vampires. That's not too hard to deduce, assuming they hunt vampires. Honestly, this organization would be flawed from the start if they had no means of tracking down vampires. For now, I just need money. When I get money, I will think about what to do next. I'm at college alone. Violet is at my house. She said something about renovation or something. Before she left, I had to unfortunately, I almost cry blood when I think about it again. Cough. Unfortunately, I had to delete my hardest game ever folder. More than 2 terabytes of videos were deleted. I cried blood when I hit the delete key on my computer, but it's all for the greater good. Yes, it's all for the greater good. I keep repeating that sentence in my head like it's a mantra. I can't have Violet finding out about that folder. Goodbye bachelor life, goodbye my porn. As I walked around the university, I noticed that people were looking at me differently. Before, they just looked at me and ignored me. But now, they're looking at me with a shocked face, and sometimes they let out a sigh of disbelief. Hey, do you know him? A woman spoke in a low voice to her friend. He looks familiar, but at the same time he doesn't look familiar. The friend replied, he looks hot. I heard it from somewhere. I still think the captain of the basketball team is better. A woman says, well, I've changed a lot. Anyway, I walk towards my classroom, but suddenly stop when I hear the sound of a basketball. Is our team playing today? I was curious. I am thinking about what to do now, but as I had decided that I just wanted to have fun at college, I decided to go to the basketball court. I was always interested in playing basketball. Before I couldn't because of my disease, but now I clench my fist and the sound of bursting air is heard all around. Huh, what is that? Several people started to question. Did it look like something broke? A man said, let's check the lab. Another man spoke. While ignoring the little chaos I caused, I wore a predatory smile. Now I can play basketball. I walked to the basketball court and, upon arriving at the basketball court, I see the university team playing a friendly match with the reserve players from the same university. They must be training. I pull my black sunglasses out of my pocket and put them on my face, and as soon as I activate my vision, my world turns red. I don't know why I do it, but it's kind of become a habit when I smell some weird smell, and when I walked into this court, I could smell something. I don't know why my sense of smell is more developed than normal vampires, but Violet just said I was special. Specifically speaking, my blood was special. The RH null blood. Who would have thought that the blood that gave me so much trouble would benefit me in the future? Life is ironic for sure. Suddenly, my vision focused on a silhouette that had a red glowing mark on its neck. Yes, it looks like there's a vampire inside. I undo my red eyesight and take off my glasses, and it turns out that the person who is the vampire is the captain of the basketball team. Good, just the person I hate the most. Luan Davis, the captain of my high school basketball team. If you asked me which person I hate the most, I would name this man. Because of my illness, I was always in an anemic state, but that doesn't mean I couldn't do physical activities. In the past, when I was 20 years old, I was supervised by a physical educator who was my friend, and with his help, I could do light exercise. I've always had a craving since I was a teenager. I wanted to play sports. Do you know what it feels like to want to swim, play basketball, run, exercise, and not be able to? Because of my illness, I couldn't exert myself too much because if I tried too hard, I would pass out. In some of the worst cases, if I tried too hard, I would spend a week in bed at the hospital. But despite that, my doctor said I could do light exercise. And for me, that was enough. I just wanted to get a basketball and play a little, even if I was alone. But this man, Luan Davis, he wouldn't leave me alone. Every time I trained, every time I tried hard at something, he would come towards me and say, "This is pathetic. Why is a loser like you striving for something useless? You should just stay in a hospital bed." And right after that, he hit me and threw me to the ground while saying that I shouldn't have been born, that I was just a burden to my mother. The classic bullying that you can see in any American movie. He didn't hurt me too much. He just pushed me and told me I was useless while also saying that my mother shouldn't have given birth to me. But I still wouldn't give up. I wasn't doing it for him. I was doing it for me. However, with time, I started to hate him. I accepted him talking about myself. It doesn't affect me so much, but my mother, that is unforgivable. I knew that what I was doing was useless and that my condition didn't allow me to exercise, but he was the person who kept reminding me of how useless I was. If there's one good thing about this situation, it's that I never cried or showed any weakness. I can be physically weak, but I refuse to cry in front of anyone. I refuse to show weakness. There's a glaring difference between being bullied and accepting bullying. I never accepted what happened to me, but unfortunately, I couldn't do anything. One day, I tried to report this to the director, but the director just ignored it, so I did what any sane person would do. I gave up practicing and waited for an opportunity to get revenge. Unfortunately, that opportunity never came. Someone was supporting Luan Davis, and I didn't know who it was. I didn't want to tell my parents either. After all, that was my problem. It was about my pride. I had to solve it myself. Looking at Luan, I can see the vampire mark with my vision that I call vampiric vision. When I saw that brand, I understood everything. He had support. Precisely speaking, the support was from the master of this man. A noble vampire. Why did I deduct this? Luan was just a boy who suffered from a disease that made his muscles weak. But for some reason, everyone forgot about it, and he got better all of a sudden. I had forgotten about it too. Wrong. It would be wiser to say that Luan's support was none other than a vampire. And I, as an ordinary human, couldn't do anything against that force. But now things were different. I see the basketball bouncing and stopping in front of me. "Hey, you, throw the ball over here." Someone yelled at me. I look at the ball, and a smile appears on my face. I catch the ball in my hand, and I start to bounce the ball on the ground as I walk slowly towards the court. When I get close to the court, I position myself for a toss, and I throw the ball like an experienced basketball player. The ball travels across the court and lands directly in the basket. Everyone who saw this display of precision looked at me with disbelieving looks. What I did was impossible for the average human, but it's not totally impossible. NBA players can do it with a lot of practice, but I just used my vision combined with my vampire senses, and for me, that was pretty easy. To be honest, I didn't need to position myself to throw the basketball, but if I didn't, it would be pretty weird, right? "Victor?" I heard a voice in disbelief. I look at the man. He is 190 centimeters tall with light brown hair and brown eyes. He had a delinquent rebel look, boasting a muscular body and a sharp look. "Hey, Juan, Did you miss me? Is that Victor? The skinny one? What happened to him? A player standing next to Luan asked out loud. I flashed a smile that for a moment showed my sharp fangs. Those with low senses couldn't see it, but Luan, I'm sure he did. I walked calmly towards Luan. 379 days. I spoke with an irritated growl. It's been 379 days since the moment you decided I was a good punching bag. As I walked towards Luan, the players on the court started to get out of my way. They felt an invisible pressure forcing them to move. It was like if they didn't get out of the way, something really bad would happen to them. I'm a very mean person, you know? I can't let grudges be washed away by the river of time. As my father always said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, punch for punch. And now it would be something like blood for blood. I stopped in front of Juan and looked up slightly. He was a little taller than me, and as always, he had that cocky look on his face like he was superior to everyone. I don't like that. What do you intend to do? You're just a humble. Juan tried to say something. I gently place a hand on Juan's shoulder, and with a forceful gesture, I bring him to his knees. Crack! The ground around him broke like a spider's web. Ah, yes, that's the vision I wanted, that look of disbelief. That look of someone who thought he was on top only to be taken off his imaginary throne. But that's not enough. My smile starts to grow. I lower my head and approach Luan. Slowly, my smile starts to grow erratically. Slowly, my teeth, like shark fangs, start to show. And slowly, with a ragged smile that almost borders on insanity, I say, "You had fun, right? Treating me like crap. Hitting me, saying I was useless. Bad-mouthing my mom. It was fun, right? I bet it was. After all, you always had a smile while doing it, right? It was like you were playing with an insect that could break at any moment, right?" I put some strength in my hand, and I felt his shoulder break. But I ask you, now what? I must give Juan credit. He didn't show any expression when he felt his shoulder being broken. Looking at my fangs and my bloodshot eyes, he understood that I was just like him, and soon an angry growl came out of him. "You're just a newborn." He tried to get up, but he just stayed where he was. He didn't expect me to have that much strength. "Who gave you permission to get up?" He looked at me with a shocked face that made my smile grow wider and wider. "Juan, is everything okay there?" Someone asked. "Why, yes, we're just talking." Hearing the students' murmurs, I click my tongue, annoyed, and release Juan. My expression is back to normal, my teeth back to normal, and my eyes back to their bright blue. Now that I am calmer, I thought, this place is a lot of people. I walk over to the basketball and pick it up. Let's settle this the old-fashioned way. After all, we're not barbarians, right? I commented with a small smile. I notice his shoulder has already healed, as expected from vampire regeneration. I threw the ball to Luan. When Luan caught it, the force of the ball made him slide away from where he was. It just demonstrated once again how much stronger I was, even for a vampire who has been transformed for more than 1 year like Luan. I think my blood has given me some unexpected benefits. One-on-one, I said while holding up my finger, whoever scores 7 points wins. Each ball in the basket is worth 1 point. In case of a tie, we continue to play until a player has 2 points more than the opponent. Simple, right? I spoke with a small, innocent smile. Why are you coming in here and treating it like the court is yours? A player spoke. I just looked at the player with a disinterested look. He was 160 cm and looked like a very active teenager. The player started to boil with anger when he saw my gaze. When he was going to start screaming again, Luan said, "Okay, let's play." Luan gets up, and that arrogance that I had eliminated in the previous conflict comes back stronger. Hey, yes, that's how it's supposed to be. He has to act. It can't break that easily. I won't be satisfied otherwise. It was decided that the judge would be a player who was too small to play on the basketball team. The two opponents used the entire court. On one side was Victor, a former aspiring basketball player, and on the other side was Juan, the captain of the basketball team. "What is happening?" asked a red-haired woman. Hearing the woman's question, a man quickly turned around and replied, "Apparently, the captain of the basketball team is going one-on-one with an aspiring basketball player. They seem to have a history together," said another woman who was nearby. "What do you mean? What happened?" asked the red-headed woman. When that man arrived, the woman pointed at Victor. He immediately got in a conflict with the captain of the basketball team. It looks like the captain of the basketball team was bullying, or something, that man with the blue eyes. Oh! The red-haired woman looks at the captain of the basketball team with a dangerous look. Isn't he that idiot's servant? The red-haired woman thought. But what are you doing here, Ruby? Shouldn't you be in med school on the other side of the building? Answers the woman while looking at Ruby. Ruby is a red-headed woman. She has long red hair that reaches her waist, green eyes, and pale skin like she's running out of blood. She's wearing a red sweatshirt with black jeans and athletic sneakers. She is a little shorter than the girl who was talking to her, around 175 cm tall. Ruby has a curvy body that can't be hidden by the baggy clothes she was wearing. And what's most impressive about Ruby's appearance is her breasts, which appear to be too big. This is also one of the reasons why she wears baggy clothes. She doesn't like people looking at her breasts. Oh, I heard a commotion, and I came here to see what was going on, Ruby said as she went up the bleachers. She looked at Victor for a long time until she unconsciously grabbed her neck. Who do you think will win? The woman next to Ruby asked. Ruby lets go of her neck and sits down calmly. I don't know. She spoke honestly. They won't use their powers here, right? Ruby suddenly looks at a spot and sees that spot is broken into a cobweb shape. She felt her eyes twitch when she saw that little wreckage, which was obviously done by the two newborns on the basketball court. Miss Ruby, it's a surprise to see you here. Suddenly, a blond man with green eyes appeared. Coincidence? Of course, it wasn't a coincidence, she thought disdainfully, but nothing showed on her expressionless face. Ruby looked at the blond man. He looked like a typical middle-aged nobleman, tall, with blonde hair and green eyes. Ruby points to the place that was destroyed. The man follows Ruby's finger and watches it for a moment. I'll take care of it, he said in an annoyed tone. Who was the fool who caused this? TSK. It was probably my idiot of a dog. The blonde-haired man thought with annoyance. The man looks at Victor and Luan, who have started to approach each other from the court. The man sits down next to Ruby. Whose newborn is this? He spoke while looking at Victor with a haughty look, but he had a feeling he'd already seen Victor somewhere. Ruby snorts in disdain when she sees the man's gaze, but she doesn't let it show on her face. She just responds in a neutral tone. He is the husband of the princess of the Snow Clan. Crack! Ruby looked at the spot and saw that the man had broken the bleachers a bit. She just looked at the man with a "Are you serious" look. She had just suggested not to attract attention, and he did. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the rotten tree. Huh? Ruby thought as she associated the destruction on the court with the blonde man's subordinate. Ha ha, you gotta be kidding, right? A plebeian with the princess of Clan Snow? Has hell frozen over, and I didn't know about it? Huh? Ruby was tempted to further tease this man by saying that the Snow Clan princess wasn't the only one, but she was silent. Corneliu, I hope you punish your subordinate after this event. You know we don't like attention. Yes, of course. He will definitely be punished, the now-known man Corneliu spoke up. Ruby looked at Corneliu and saw that the expression was distorted with hatred. Did just learning that Violet has a husband cause him to go crazy like that? Men and their inflated egos, ridiculous. Ruby thought in disdain. As soon as the whistle blows, Ruby loses interest in Corneliu and looks at the court with neutral eyes. The match was about to start. On one side was a pale man with bright blue eyes and dark black hair. He was wearing a red and white uniform with the number 69. It was a standard basketball player's uniform. While this man warmed up, women couldn't help but stare at the defined muscles of that man with a little lust in their eyes. Catching the girl's eyes, Victor looked around and thought, when did this become a show? Well, let's have fun. Victor displayed a toothy grin, but unlike before, those teeth weren't changing into shark-like teeth. It was just a normal smile that showed all of his white teeth. Suddenly, Victor looks towards the bleachers. He could feel something in the bleachers calling to him, but he couldn't identify what it was. What are you doing, Lady Ruby? Corneliu asked Ruby, confused when he saw her suddenly duck. I'm just picking up something that fell. Ruby replied neutrally, as she wondered. Why did I hide? Why did I hide? You fool! Losing interest, Victor focused on his opponent. A tall man with brown hair and brown eyes. He looked like a delinquent. He was the man who made Victor's life hell for a year. The two men had unresolved issues, and Victor wasn't planning on leaving the waters of times to wash away his grudge. He's not such a saint that he could forgive this man easily. He's a vindictive man. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. Juan just looked at Victor with a cocky smile, but he couldn't help but think about the things he did to Victor. Seeing how it came back to bite his ass in the future, he was wondering if the attitude he had in the past was right. I think I should have killed him when I had the chance. After all, at the time his blood smelled really good, he thought contemptuously. But despite thinking about it, he knew he couldn't kill someone. He wasn't prepared to take this step forward. For Juan, his master's blood is enough. When the judge throws the ball up, Juan, who was close to Victor, whispered in a low voice, "Don't use your gifts." Victor snorted disdainfully and said in a low voice, "Tell that to yourself." The two jumped at the same time, then hit the ball simultaneously. An intense exchange took place for a few seconds in the air, but soon the winner was decided. Victor throws the ball to the ground, and it bounces in his favor. When he fell to the ground, the noise was very loud. It was like a very heavy man fell on the court, but strangely, the ground did not break. The moment Victor falls to the ground, he runs at human speed towards the basketball, and as he catches the basketball in his hands, he turns and sees that Luan is already beside him. Victor smiles and starts dribbling the ball. He makes some gestures with his hands to try to trick the opponent, but Luan is an experienced captain. He wouldn't fall into that trap, and Victor knew that. Suddenly, Victor brings the ball to Luan's face and drops the ball to the ground. In making this sudden action, Luan's attention was completely focused on the ball slowly falling to the ground, but before the ball could land on the ground, a pale hand suddenly appeared and caught the ball. My God, did he fake out the team captain? Wow. I can't believe he fell for such a simple trick. Someone from the stand spoke up. When Luan hears this, he grits his teeth in frustration and turns to chase after Victor. Victor runs while dribbling the ball to the middle of the court, and when he entered the circle of the court, he suddenly jumped. Everyone just stared in shock as they watched a human jump from the middle of the court and slowly reach the basketball hoop and bury the ball. Why? The crowd roared excitedly. That was a slam dunk. I can't believe I'm seeing a 21-year-old boy dunking. Damn, that was amazing. How is that possible? Is this humanly possible? Hey, what's his name? Victor, who was hanging from the rim of the basketball hoop, slowly broke free and fell to the ground. When he fell to the ground and turned around, he looked at Luan and saw that the man's expression was distorted with hate. It was too ugly to look at, but that expression filled Victor with satisfaction. Slowly, a predatory smile began to form on his face. Humph, this newborn thinks highly of himself. Any vampire can do what he did. Ruby just looked at the blonde man like she was watching a rare creature. He totally forgot he was in a crowd of people. Huh? Ruby looks at the girl who was next to her, and, for a moment, her eyes turn blood red. Ignore everything that man says, okay? Okay, the woman replied in a robotic tone. Ruby nods contentedly. Her eyes soon turn green, then she looks at Corneliu and says, he's not using his gifts. Huh. Corneliu looks at Ruby. If he was using his gifts, the basketball court, the basketball hoop, and everything else would be destroyed. He's just using the ability of a trained human. It's quite impressive that he can control his strength so well, and I think he doesn't even realize what he's doing. Ruby compliments him. But Corneliu just snorted in disdain. All newborn vampires can do that. He's no big deal. He spoke in a normal voice. Oh, can you tell me which newborn vampires can do this? I'm curious. Ruby's green eyes sparkled a little in curiosity. Corneliu was silent and ignored Ruby. Idiot. That's why female vampires hate you. Your ego is the size of the world, but it's also very fragile. You look like a child. Ruby thought with disdain. What about the agreement not to use your gifts? Luan asked in a hateful voice. I'm not using my gifts. I don't need to do something like that to defeat you. Victor spoke in disdain while maintaining an arrogant smile. Luan's face twists in a hate. We'll see if you don't need to use your powers, he said in a hateful tone. He seems to have totally forgotten what he said a few seconds ago. Again, both opponents were in the middle of the court. The referee throws the ball up and blows the whistle. The two opponents jump towards the ball, and again they fight in midair for a few seconds, but this time Victor loses. Luan falls to the ground and catches the ball. He turns around and is about to run towards Victor's basket, but is stopped by Victor standing in front of him. Luan starts dribbling the ball, and Victor tries to steal it, but Luan defends. It looks like the team captain has the advantage now. Of course, he wouldn't lose to a beginner. One of the captain's most fanatical fans spoke. Luan and Victor start running on the court. One was trying to make a basket, and the other was trying to steal the ball. Getting irritated by the impasse, Luan tries to push Victor using his vampire strength, but Victor doesn't move. Crack. Oh? What was that loud noise? Are they okay? I think I heard a bone breaking. Someone near the court yelled. You're right. I heard a cracking sound like something had broken. A man standing next to him spoke. The audience was right. A bone broke, and it wasn't Victor's. Huh? Why are you wearing that pained expression? Will you cry? Just what are you made of? Luan asked in shock as he felt his ribs healing. He tried to take down Victor, but it felt like he was trying to bring down a mountain. Victor patted his chest and said, I'm just built different. Luan huffed. He suddenly pulled away from Victor. Is he trying to do a long shot? Is he crazy? He's not even in the middle of the court yet. Even if he's the captain, that is impossible for him to do, right? He's crazy. He really threw the ball? Fool, Luan said. Victor looked at the ball in the air and started running towards the basket he was protecting. Arriving at the basket, he just waits patiently for the ball to come down. If the ball enters the basket, bad luck for him. But if Luan misses, he is prepared for a counterattack. The entire crowd just watches anxiously as they wait for the ball to drop. Yes, the ball hit the hoop. He missed. Someone from the crowd shouted. Looks like the goddess of luck is not favoring you today. Victor takes the ball and looks at Luan, who is running towards him. As he looked at Luan, he thinks, the goddess of luck is a bitch. One time she pays attention to you, but eventually she loses interest and looks at someone else, so I don't need her. Victor positions himself to throw the ball. Don't tell me. Will he try to throw the ball from the end of the court? He's crazy. That's impossible. He's definitely not going to make that. Realizing what Victor is going to do, Luan increases his running speed, with only seconds left before he gets in front of Victor. Too slow, Victor said. Suddenly, Victor changes position and holds the ball with one hand, then he throws the ball. As soon as he threw the ball, Victor started running at high speed. Huh? What is he planning? Bomb! A thunderous noise was heard on the court. Everyone looked stunned and saw that the ball hit the panel above the basketball hoop and bounced. Do not tell me. Was that his plan? Ha ha ha. Victor chuckled with a manic smile on his face that showed all of his teeth. Suddenly, Victor jumps up, then catches the ball in the air and buries it in the basket. Oh hi! This man is insane. Is he really human? How did he run from the end of a court and still manage to catch the ball in midair? Fool! He planned it, and you didn't see he ran before he threw the ball. If we calculate right, this feat is possible to do. It's just extremely difficult. A man with black glasses spoke as he lifted his glasses. For some reason, the people standing nearby could see the man's glasses glowing. Victor lets go of the basket's hoop and falls to the ground. Then he looks at Luan with the same smile that shows all of his teeth. Is this all you can do? He teased him again. Luan's expression starts to distort again. His expression was something to behold. He was extremely angry. Who does this newborn think he is? He comes to my territory and challenges me? Who does he think he is? He's just trash. I do not accept this. Seeing Luan's expression constantly changing, Victor just smiled, then smiled even more. He looked like a child who found a fun toy to break. Oh, right. Luan spoke in a smug tone, as if he realized something. I think I shouldn't hold back anymore. Victor stops smiling and looks at Luan. Noticing that his atmosphere has changed, he says in disdain, and what happened to the agreement not to use powers? You've been using your powers from the start. Don't expect me to follow that rule. Tisk TSK. It looks like your brain is smaller than a dog. Actually saying you have a dog's brain is very offensive for the dog itself. After all, at least dogs are loyal, Victor said while pointing to a local. Luan followed Victor's finger, and the moment Luan saw a man with blonde hair and green eyes standing in the stands, he froze. Corneliu made a gesture with his mouth, and Luan seemed to understand what Corneliu had said. Looks like the dog found its owner. Victor flashed a sneer. And What will you do? Victor asked as he smiled again. Are you going to obey your owner, or are you going to continue? Decide. How good a dog are you? Make up your own mind. Choose. His smile grew with every word he spoke. He wanted Luan to continue. He wanted Luan to show that he wasn't a dog and challenge him. Seeing the gestures his master was making, Luan bites his lip and says, I give up. He spoke out loud. His voice seemed to be heard across the court, and everyone was looking at the basketball team captain in shock. Suddenly, Victor's smile died, and he lost interest. Is that it? In the end, you're just a dog. Referee, you heard him right. The captain dropped out. The show is over, Victor said as he took off his shirt and threw it somewhere. Victor didn't wait for the referee to say something. He had lost interest, and he also fulfilled 2 of his goals. He humiliated Luan in front of the whole school. He fought so hard to be accepted in and found out who was behind him. For now, that's enough. When the women saw Victor's body, they started talking to each other. My God, look at his body. He is so hot. Does he have a girlfriend? Actually, who is he? A woman asked, confused. Victor flashed a sneer. He looked at the women in the stands and thought, I'm married, witches. He didn't even set eyes on these women. Ruby, who hid again when she noticed that Victor turned to the bleachers, got up and looked at Victor, who was leaving. Why do I keep hiding? Not even she knew why she was acting like this. She was just too embarrassed. Ruby then looks at Corneliu and sees the kind of face he was making. Yes, he will definitely attack Victor. I have to tell Violet. Actually, I think I should just tell him myself, but I'm embarrassed. I can't go out there and say, hey, Victor, I'm your wife. Good morning. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. Yes, I will definitely contact Violet. Maybe I will contact him myself? My head. Even though Ruby was going through a mental breakdown, her face didn't change. She still had an expressionless face as she watched Victor walk off the court. After the conflict I had with Luan, I lost interest in continuing college that day. I wasn't satisfied with just doing that to Luan. This 1-year grudge can't be washed away with just that, but I knew I would have my chance soon, and I could deduce it from the hateful face that noble vampire was making. He wasn't even trying to hide his hatred for me, and honestly, I didn't understand why he hated me so much. After all, I only hit his dog, right? Noble vampires seem to be beings with egos the size of the world. I doubt he would be enraged by just that, right? Before returning home, I purposely waited for the noble vampire in an open, dark place. I know vampires can't walk in sunlight, but if he was in college at that time, then he must have ways to walk while the sun is shining in the sky, right? He might have some car that doesn't let sunlight in, or he might wear those clothes that cover his entire body. I waited for a few minutes, but when I realized he wasn't going to come, I lost interest. Before leaving the place where I was standing, I used my vampire vision to look around, and I didn't see any vampire souls. I only saw humans for several km. Realizing that everything was fine, I returned home. You fool! What were you thinking showing off in the middle of the entire university? Corneliu Funer yelled angrily as he hit the desk in the office he was at. Because of his supernatural strength, the desk he hit had his handprint carved into the wood. A few seconds before hitting the table, he managed to regain enough control to not destroy his table again. Corneliu was acting as a coach at this college. Despite being a coach, he didn't teach the students anything. He was only in charge of managing the basketball team, but that was just on paper. The reality was he wasn't doing anything. He was abusing his vampiric charm to stay in this school in an attempt to win the heart of Ruby, one of the 4 flowers of the vampire world. Luan at this point was very scared. He might act like a king in college, but he knows that in front of the vampire who gave him his gifts, he was nothing more than a slave. Luan knows that noble vampires are arrogant beings. They think the world revolves around them, and they have a planet-sized egos, but that ego is as fragile as glass. At least, that's what Luan thinks of noble vampires. After all, he's only been in contact with a single noble vampire since he became a newborn. Luan looks at his master, Corneliu Funer, Airhouse Funer, a spoiled vampire who thinks he's the center of the world. Luan still remembers the day he was in a hospital bed and a young man who looked like a fairy tale prince showed up to help him. He felt he was chosen to be that prince's knight, but the reality was much more difficult than he imagined. This prince was nothing more than a spoiled vampire. But as he helped him out of that deplorable condition, he still feels gratitude to his master. You have nothing to say? Cornelia yelled angrily. Juan remained silent. He knows that no matter what he says, he will suffer the punishment anyway. After suffering from it for a year, he's already used to it. Torture is something very light when you get used to it. As long as my master is not touching my family, for me, a little torture is nothing. Tisk, Corneliu ignores Juan and starts biting his fingers as he starts to think. This was a habit he had had since he was a child. A few minutes later, Corneliu thought of something. He looked at Juan. I'll save your punishment for later, but first we must kill that newborn. Corneliu changed his aim. He thought that if he killed Victor, he would be free to court Violet. Now that he knew Violet was in this town, he thought of it as an opportunity. Juan opens his eyes wide. Why? Why should we kill him? He stuttered. Despite being a vampire for over a year, Juan still hadn't killed a soul. He always drank his master's blood after all. Are you questioning me? If I say do something, you do it. Don't forget your position here. Corneliu spoke with a distorted face. Why yes, master. Juan stammered. Corneliu nodded in satisfaction. He sits down in the chair and starts to get annoyed when he thinks a newborn has stolen one of the flowers of the vampire world. Violet had always been an object of desire for all young, noble vampires. A beautiful vampire with one of the rarest bloodlines in the vampire world. He couldn't accept that a humble newborn had decided to steal his most prized possession. Just wait, you little slave. I'm going to make you dog food. Corneliu spoke in a vicious tone. February 3rd. I'll be honest. I didn't expect Violet to make a huge basement in my house. I mean, I live in a normal American house, and I also have a small basement, but what I'm seeing right now is just bullshit. My old normal basement that you can see in many American houses now looks like a cave that has lots of tunnels and rooms. What did she transform this basement into? This looks like an underground base that came out of some movie. Don't tell me she installed an artificial intelligence named Blue Queen 2? A better question, how did she do it so fast? Is it okay to make a basement this size here at home? Yes, why not? Violet asked me, curious. She was wearing casual clothes this time, a simple white sweatshirt and black denim shorts. She was also wearing purple sports shoes with the symbol of a famous sports brand. I was a little surprised by the outfit she picked out. I thought she only had black-colored outfits or something, or cosplay-like outfits. Well, she looks beautiful in those clothes, and I'm not complaining. Seeing me watching her, she displays a small, satisfied smile. I mean, isn't my house going to fall down or something with a hole this size? I'm not very knowledgeable in physics, but I think if I create a hole this big under the house, won't the house fall down? I think that is how it works. Oh, don't worry about it. Violet claps her hands lightly, and soon I feel someone approaching. I use my vampire vision and see that person is a human. The characteristics of a vampire are very easy to identify, but I always use my vampiric vision to make sure. After all, some humans look like vampires when they are afflicted by some kind of illness like the one I had. This woman was human, but she looked a little different from the normal humans I've seen. I could see her heart glowing as if inviting me to feed on her. But the blue aura that surrounded the woman and the heart that she seemed to glow brighter than an ordinary human I saw told me she wasn't a normal human. A woman with Western features appeared. She had short black hair and golden eyes. She was wearing a casual outfit consisting of a white shirt with a beach photo stamped on her chest, simple denim shorts, and a basic pair of sandals. She looked a little short. I think it was 155 cm or 160 cm. She looked a little shorter than Kagaya. Darling, meet June, and June meet my husband, Victor, Violet said as she hugged my arms possessively. Yo, she said while making a V gesture with her fingers. Then she said, can you stop looking at me with those red eyes? I'm feeling a little threatened. She spoke with a happy smile on her face. By her excited tone of voice, an expression that looked like she was having fun, I honestly didn't believe she felt threatened at all. I close my eyes for a moment, and soon my vision returns to normal. I look at her with my sapphire blue eyes and say, sorry about that, it's a bad habit of mine, I said. Don't worry, she said while smiling. Lady Violet, I did my job, and I want my payment. You can deposit it in my account with the same amount as always. I know $1 million, right? Violet spoke casually. I almost choked when I heard the amount of money. Just how much money does my wife have to go throwing around $1 million like it's a dollar bill? Yes, indeed. June spoke while shaking her head. She makes a few gestures with her hands. And soon the basement began to change. White ceramics began to grow on the floor, and several wooden coffins began to be created in the bedrooms. The walls began to turn a whiter color, and I could see that bricks began to be created, and like a magic trick, the basement that once looked like a cave now looks like the interior of a mansion that has been painted in a black and white theme. With my current knowledge, only one group of beings could do what this woman did, which is, June displays a small satisfied smile, but soon that smile changes to a happy, joyful smile. Indeed, June is a witch I hired when I arrived in the U.S. As you can see, she has more useful and unique skills. Violet spoke with an elegant smile. If you have an order that cannot be legally placed, you can ask June. She will charge dearly, but since you are my husband, she will give a discount, right? Violet spoke with an elegant smile as she looked at June, who had her smile twitching slightly. Of course, Lady Violet, June said. I looked at Violet, and I could deduce a little bit of what she was thinking. This princess was thinking how helpful it is to have a person who can literally create a structure with a hand gesture. I think she plans to keep June around. For a small moment, I almost felt sorry for June, but it was only for a moment. After all, I barely know June enough to feel any sympathy for her. And Violet seems to have a long history with this witch. Why did you create this basement dash? I was going to ask Violet why she created this underground basement, but when I remember all the servants she had, I fell silent. Never mind. Violet pouted. I think she wanted to explain to me in detail why she created this basement. I smile a little and start stroking her head. For a moment, I feel Violet's body tremble like she's been shocked by electricity or something. As I stroked Violet's head, I looked at the newly constructed basement. Of course, this is all very useful since, if Violet's underlings live here, they will be quite helpful in the future. But how the fuck am I going to explain this to my parents? I've decided I'll keep it hidden from them. They can be weird and ignore my physical change. They can be weird enough and accept Violet as my wife easily. But this here? This is another level of bullshit I would have to invent to convince my parents. Suddenly remembering the plans I had to earn money while walking through college, I looked at June. Just call me June, she said, smiling. I need a fake ID, a fake bank account, preferably a tax haven bank account. I also need a fake SSN. Can you arrange that for me? June looked at me confused, but soon she responded with a professional smile. Oh, that's easy. June picks up a phone and punches in some numbers. Then she starts talking to someone. A few minutes later, she looks at me. Which fake name do you want? Name James Bond, cough, James Smith. For a moment, I almost named a famous agent from the movies. I thought it would be cool, but when I started stealing in the future, it could get me into some issues. Copyrights. Believe me, copyright issues are very annoying. Stealing is much easier than solving copyright issues. She nodded. A few minutes passed again, and I could feel Violet's breathing start to get more erratic. She was looking at me with glowing red eyes. She looked like she was going to jump on me at any moment. For a moment, I looked at my hand. Do I have a god hand? Why is she reacting like this just by me stroking her head? As I looked at my hand as if it were Midas' right hand. June just spoke on the phone, and soon she summons two documents. The first document is a fake ID card that has my fake SSN on it, and the other is my bank account. I look at the bank account document, and I see the document is from a bank account in a tax-free country. The wonders of a tax haven. You are very efficient. Are all witches like this? I asked, genuinely surprised. This information is going to cost a little more. Do you really want to know? June spoke as her golden eyes sparkled a little. If this were an anime, I'm sure her eyes would turn into the dollar sign by now. Forget what I said, I reply. TSK, too bad, she pouted. She's really greedy. Huh? Well, at least she's honest. Violet suddenly looks at June with her blood-red eyes. Leave, she spoke as the teeth began to change into sharp teeth that could tear flesh easily. June felt a shiver run down her spine as she looked into Violet's eyes. Cough, I remembered that I had to feed my cat in Hawaii. Take care. Lord husband, soon I will be back to collect money for my services. See ya. June makes a few gestures with her hands, and suddenly a magic circle appears on the ground, and she disappears. When June leaves, I suddenly feel an explosion of bloodlust coming from Violet. I display a small smile, and I also let my desire out. I wanted her. I wanted her blood. Let's have fun, darling, Violet spoke with a huge smile that showed all of her teeth. Violet suddenly jumps on top of me. I quickly caught her in my arms. She wraps her legs around my waist, and I hold her by her soft ass. I look up a little bit and stare into her blood-red eyes. Darling, darling, darling. She looked like she was going crazy. She had a huge smile on her face. The skin on her cheeks was a little red, and she was breathing erratically as she hugged me. Feeling the bloodlust that is emanating from Violet's body, I too start to loosen the shackles that keep me under control. My teeth start to shift, and a predatory smile appears on my face. Seeing my smile, and realizing that I was accepting her advances, Violet's smile grows erratically. Slowly her teeth start to change into sharp fangs, but she doesn't attack me right away. She starts sniffing me and breathing erratically as if out of breath. She brings her face close to my neck, starts licking my neck with her tongue, and, when my neck is wet enough, she opens her mouth and then bites me. Ugh! I feel my blood being drained. I also feel an unnatural surge of pleasure enter my body. This feeling was very addictive. I push Violet into the wall. I hear the sound of the wall cracking, but I don't care. I also open my mouth, and soon I bite her neck too. Ah! She stops sucking my blood and moans sensually as remnants of my blood that she sucked and didn't have time to swallow start to fall from her sharp fangs. I feel my shirt being smeared with the blood, but I don't care. I feel something wake up, and it was like a vampire who can't see the sunlight opening the lid of his coffin. It also feels like he was rubbing on Violet's coffin, wanting to wake her up from her sleep for them to have fun tonight. Wonderful. Violet starts licking my neck again as her coffin starts to shake as the vampire wakes up. Unfortunately, I couldn't directly feel the real deal, but that's a problem that can be solved easily. When I was going to rip my clothes off with my right arm, I sensed a horrible stench coming from an area near my house. It was like someone opening the sewer in my street. Violet seems to smell it too, and I see all the bloodlust and her excitement has faded and been replaced by annoyance. I get annoyed too. That would be an understatement to say how upset I was. My feeling now was like I was about to eat a delicious meal with my wife. But suddenly the sewer in the street broke, and the place we were eating stank with a terrible odor. I stop sucking her blood and look up using my vampire vision. I see two silhouettes at a considerable distance from my house. I see two men together. They were both human, but just like June, they had an aura covering them as if it was protecting them. But unlike June, whose aura was blue, these individuals' auras were golden, and I was smelling a horrible stench coming from them. Hearing someone's teeth grind, I look over at Violet and see that she has a rather startling expression on her face. Her face was distorted in anger. She was completely pissed off. Those fuckers. They just had to come and interrupt my moment with my husband. Those motherfuckers. They just can't sit in their church and be quiet while they play with the kids they love so much. Those mangy dogs. Pieces of shit. I just opened my eyes in surprise as I saw Violet's face distort into various expressions of disgust and anger as she spoke words that would make the most experienced sailors proud. I bring my face closer to Violet's neck and start licking the blood off her neck. Upon feeling me lick her neck, she stops insulting the people I assume are from the Inquisition and moans a little. Ah! I feel her gaze on my neck, and she soon starts licking me too. As I licked her, I said, "Calm down and think clearly. I sincerely doubt these agents are here looking for us." Ah! She moans again, this time a little louder, and while breathing a little harder. She says, "The agents of the Inquisition, ugh." She bites her lip a little and wraps her legs tighter around my waist. I start to lightly pat her ass while licking her neck and blowing a little in her ears. Wait! Ah! I can't form a coherent train of thought while I feel like liquids have started to leak from her sacred coffin, and what the shorts she was wearing. Darling, wait. She spoke the last word in a strong tone. I stopped my caresses and looked at her face, which was a flushed mess. Her breathing was erratic, and she was looking at me with desire burning in her eyes. Are you calmer? I spoke while trying to ignore my impulses. Yes, she replied as she tried to catch her breath. She pushes me away from her and claps her hands in a let-me-down gesture. I nod my head and let go. Then I too step away from her and look at the visitors. Cough, cough. She coughed a few times, and soon she had a noble look again. That look would be more convincing if her shorts weren't wet and her face wasn't a flushed mess. What was I really talking about? She asked out loud with a confused face. I can't help but laugh a little when I see the face she was making. "What?" she said, looking at me while pouting. I was thinking how adorable my wife is. Hearing what I said, I could see her pale skin starting to turn a healthy red. She made a humph sound and turned her face away while she had a happy smile. "She is so adorable, my God. How can such a lovely creature exist?" Before my wife and I fell into our pink world again, I said, "The Inquisition?" She looks at me confused. "The Inquisition? What about them?" I just look at her with an expressionless face. Don't tell me she already forgot? I look up and see they're walking like they're looking for something. One of them is also holding something in his hands that I don't know what it is. At least they've stopped stinking a little bit. "Oh, those bastards, huh?" She spoke when she sniffed the air and smelled the stench. Her face grimaced with disgust, and then she continued. "The Inquisition agents are probably patrolling. They have a device capable of tracking vampires. This device is useless when they are hunting noble vampires, but for hunting common vampires without support, this device is very useful." "Why is this device useless for the nobles?" I asked, curious. "Noble vampires are the only vampires who can pay witches to do countermeasures for this type of technology." She spoke, and then she continued, "Of course there are exceptions. There are ordinary vampires who have been transformed and have a lot of accumulated wealth. After all, this is the United States, the country of capitalism. There are several plebeian vampires with a lot of money here. These agents who are patrolling must be recruits, since an experienced agent has his own means of investigating the presence of a vampire in the region. Just out of curiosity, how much does this countermeasure cost?" I asked, curious. Depending on the witch you contact, the value could reach $5 billion. I opened my eyes in shock. Isn't this too inflated? That's what happens when a product is monopolized. Witches are the only ones who have this technology. They can put whatever price they want on it. That's why noble vampires always invest in maintaining friendly relations with witches. Violet said as she walked to one of the bedrooms, "I'm going to change clothes." She straightens her hair that was messed up, and then she started to take off the sweatshirt she was wearing and was just in a black bra. After that, she started to take off the jean shorts she was wearing and was left with only black panties. I decided to follow her towards the bedroom, of course. When I go towards the room, Kagaya appears from my shadow and holds my shoulders with her hand. "What are you doing, Kagaya?" I couldn't help but ask in a neutral tone. "Lord Victor, please don't be a degenerate now. You have all eternity to feast on each other's lusts. You have all the time in the world to practice the act of reproduction. You might even decide to make 11 babies in the future to compete in the World Cup, but now is not the time for that." I feel my eyes twitch a little when I hear Kagaya's words. Can't this woman speak in a better way? And why the hell does she think I would make 11 babies just to play in the World Cup? Shouldn't vampires be hard to get pregnant or something? "Please join me, Lord Victor," Kagaya said as she pointed to the room beside Violet. I think for a few seconds about my decision. I know that Kagaya won't stop me again from entering Violet's room. I also know if I enter Violet's room now, and I see my wife as she came into the world, I'm going to get excited again and start teasing my wife. On the one hand, I want to go into my wife's room right now, but this horrible stench that seems like the stench of a sewer lowers my spirits. TSK, first let's solve this little problem. I can't be horny now. I decide to follow Kagaya's suggestion and walk towards the room next to Violet. I enter the room and see that there is a change of new clothes on the bed. "Lord Victor, do you want help changing?" Kagaya asked while gesturing with her hand. She was looking at me with an expressionless face, but I could see her eyes shining. I swear I saw her doing an expression of, "Please accept. I'm a trustworthy maid." I'll be honest, I was a little curious how she was going to change my clothes, so like a good adventurer, I said, "Of course, help me change my clothes." When I spoke those words, Kagaya's eyes changed to blood red, and I could see her eyes light up as if she was excited. Then she displayed a small, satisfied smile. As expected from Lord Victor, Lady Violet has chosen a good husband. Before I can understand anything, she disappeared into shadows and passed through my body. I noticed that the clothes that were on the bed disappeared, and without me understanding anything that happened, Kagaya was standing in front of me again, holding the clothes I was wearing. The clothes I was wearing were even folded. It all happened so fast I could barely understand what happened. I looked down at my chest and realized I was already dressed. This is impressive. I comment surprised. I was talking about her speed and how she changed my clothes without me feeling her touch on my body. She holds her hand to her chest as a gesture of respect and speaks with an expressionless face. But I can tell she was proud. I am the strongest and most perfect maid, of course. This would be a natural result. Heh, I display a small smile. Somehow I find her adorable. I approach her and start stroking her head. She lifts her expressionless face a little and looks at me. I could see her eyes light up a little. She looked excited. Lord Victor, please keep your hands off the maids. Within just one day, are you already cheating on your wife? My smile threatens to break when I hear what Kaguya says. Is it not the maid's duty to serve her master? I spoke with a small smile. So, you are abusing your authority. She spoke with the same expressionless face. I understand. As it's the master's order, I can't do anything. After all, the master's orders are absolute, and, as I am a perfect maid and the eldest of my sisters, I must be the one to sacrifice myself so that you don't lay your hands on the younger maids. She spoke as if she were making a great sacrifice. This maid, she's read a lot of erotic books. I stop stroking her head and tug at both her plump cheeks. Lord Victor, I'm not a masochist. I don't like pain. Please stop. Stop your delusions, maid. I let go of her cheek. When she lowered her head and touched her cheeks, which I pulled, I stroked her head lightly and said, "Good job, Kaguya." I said gratefully, I really liked this maid's personality. I feel Kaguya tremble a little when I said those words. I think she didn't like what I said. I looked down, but I just see Kaguya's black hair. I stopped petting Kaguya and left the room. As I walked towards the stairs that lead to my house, I decided to wait for Violet upstairs. After all, I just heard my parents' voices. I think they came home. When Victor left the room, Violet, who was wearing a different outfit, appeared in the room Victor was in and looked at Kaguya, who had a shocked expression. Kaguya, Violet speaks. Kaguya awakens from stupor and assumes a blank expression. Yes, Lady Violet? Violet's eyes changed to blood red, and she spoke in an emotionless tone. He's mine. He's only mine. She spoke in an obsessive tone. I know, Lady Violet, I was just surprised. It won't happen again. Good. Violet's eyes return to their normal color, and she smiles contentedly. Violet turns and starts walking towards the stairs. Lady Violet, Kaguya calls out. Violet stops walking. What do you intend to do about Lady Sasha and Lady Ruby? Violet heard Kaguya say. Violet's body starts to shake. She clenches her fists tightly, and the air around Violet starts to heat up. If a normal human saw Violet's face at this point, they would just run away in fear. Her face was distorted in anger. Her eyes were glowing with a dangerous glint, and all her sharp teeth were showing. She didn't look like a noble woman. She looked like a monster that was hateful enough to burn the world. Realizing that Violet was losing control again, Kaguya takes a small green ball from her pocket and breaks it. Then she spoke in a neutral tone. June. I know. June, who was wearing a green bikini, appears in a magic circle, and with a snap of her fingers, she insulated the entire basement she created with a sound isolation barrier. She made sure that any sound could not be heard outside the door or on the surface. She also reinforces the walls with her magic power. No longer able to take the feeling she was holding, Violet punches the wall. Those bitches. Boom! The wall breaks in the shape of a spider's web. She has an absurd strength as always, and it looks like she's stronger. June spoke in a calm tone as if this happened often, but she was a little surprised that Violet was getting stronger. He's just mine. Just mine. I will not allow any woman near him. I will kill those whores. A bloody pressure began to spread throughout the basement. Realizing that Violet was raging uncontrollably and not returning to normal, Kaguya says, Lady Violet, the two women are your childhood friends. Hearing Kaguya's words, the atmosphere around Violet weakened considerably, but the sense of danger was still present. Violet clenches her fists tightly and bites her lip in frustration. It's like she's having an internal battle, but soon her obsession with Victor seems to win. Violet spoke in a tone devoid of emotions. I know. That's why I don't want Victor to meet them. I don't want to have to kill my friends from childhood. Soon she began to control her powers, and the atmosphere returned to normal as if nothing had happened. June makes a gesture with her hands, and soon the barrier she put in place disappears. As always, the same amount of money in the same bank account. I'll charge a little more also for the teleportation tools. These things aren't cheap, and please don't call me suddenly. I was in Hawaii enjoying the beach, you know? TSK. TSK, see ya. She spoke as she threw 3 more green balls to Kagaya, who took them and put them in her pocket. From beginning to end, Kagaya just looked at June like she was looking at a piece of trash. But in the end, she nodded her head in agreement with June's requests. The witch's services were cheaper compared to other witches who she knew. So spending a little money to prevent Violet from screwing it up is a small price to pay in Kagaya's view. Natalia the blonde maid appears from a hidden door. She came here through the secret passages June made in the basement. She was just having tea in one of the hidden rooms in this basement, but she decided to come here when she saw the noise Violet was making. "What do you intend to do?" Natalia asked. Kagaya sighed and said, "As the perfect maid, I cannot let Lady Violet make a mistake that she will regret in the future. After all, the maid must always want the best for her master." She spoke in a neutral tone, then she continued. "Lady Violet is not taking the whole situation calmly. Her obsession with Victor is clouding her judgment. The ritual is absolute. All 3 women must join Lord Victor. Because if they don't, Lord Victor may fall into a deep sleep, and the 2 women could also join him. If that happens, Lady Violet will go mad." Kagaya can't help but think inwardly. Sigh. This whole situation is complicated, especially considering this has never happened before. Natalia spoke in a neutral tone with a small sigh. Kagaya nods, and soon she makes a decision. "I'll get in touch with Lady Ruby and Lady Sasha." Natalia the blonde maid who was wearing a French maid uniform said, "Be careful with the church dogs when you go out." Kagaya nods and disappears into the darkness. On the rooftop of a 20-story building was a maid with short black hair, looking in the direction of a particular university. The university she was looking at was the same university Victor attended. Despite being several kilometers away, Kagaya could see the college as if it were very close. As she watched college, Kagaya began to think about what had happened in the past 2 days. Kagaya wouldn't lie to herself. She was a little surprised at Violet's new husband. "At first, I thought he would run away when he saw my master's psychotic attitude," Kagaya commented to herself. After all, she knew Violet's personality well. Kagaya was a new vampire by vampire standards. She was only 210 years old. Since she became self-aware, she has always been trained to be the personal servant of the Snow Clan leader or heir. Kagaya is part of Clan Blank, a subsidiary family of Clan Snow. The 2 families have a blood bond that cannot be broken because Clan Blank's ancestor was one of the main members of Clan Snow who fell in love with a Japanese noble vampire. That is a story that happened over 1,000 years in the past. It is because of this ancestor that Clan Blank has some Japanese characteristics. Kagaya herself is a perfect example. Kagaya did not inherit the Snow Clan's flames, but she did inherit Snow Clan's immunity to the sun, and because of that immunity, Kagaya had to serve Clan Snow. Normally, it shouldn't be like that. After all, Kagaya's ancestor was part of Clan Snow's main house, and he married a noble Japanese vampire who could control the shadows. But because of the untimely death of Kagaya's ancestor's wife, the descendants of the noble vampire were left without political support, and because of that, they were demoted to a subsidiary family that exists only to serve the Snow Clan. What about Kagaya's ancestor? He didn't care. The moment he found out his wife died, he disappeared and left his children in the care of Clan Snow. For Kagaya, this was really a tedious story, a story from a second-rate movie. Because of a vampire's decision, an entire bloodline was doomed to live eternally serving a clan. Nice job. Huh? Kagaya thought aloud with a small smile on her face. Kagaya had always wanted to be the perfect maid since she was a little girl. In a way, she was just doing it to be praised. It was like a child who was trying to get the attention of her parents, but her efforts were never recognized. When Victor said, "Good job," for a moment, she remembered her childhood. Just for a moment, she felt happy. But it's not all flowers. Reality soon hit her when Violet called out to her. Kagaya exhibited a small, disdainful smile. "I think, in the end, the stalker found a good man. Maybe I should work a little harder." Kagaya had a secret of her own. At first, she didn't like Violet. Wrong, she didn't like the Snow Clan's air. She didn't like to feel trapped by the duty that was placed on her from birth. She liked being a servant, but she didn't like to feel attached to someone. The perfect maid can freely choose the master she wants to serve. Unfortunately, I'm far from being the perfect maid. Kagaya spoke with a shrug as she made a bored gesture as if she had no choices. But soon she assumes her blank expression. But as Lady Violet's personal maid, I can't let her make a mistake she'll regret in the future. After all, I can't be a perfect maid, but at least I am a hardworking one. She chuckled a little to herself, and soon she jumped in the opposite direction to the university that Victor studied. You guys really went to buy? I thought you were kidding, I said, surprised and a little disbelieving what I was seeing in front of me. I was looking at my mom and dad, who bought several boxes of fireworks. Why do you have that dead fish face? She asked me, and then she still doesn't give me time to answer anything. Oh, you always have that look on your face, I'm sorry. Anyway, we have to celebrate. You have no idea how much I wanted a daughter-in-law, so I could cuddle and cuddle. My mother spoke with a smug face. Why are you treating my wife like she's your daughter? I can't help but comment internally. Suddenly my mother ran towards the kitchen and started looking for someone. She looked like a child who acquired a new friend and wanted to play. When she saw Violet, who was looking into the kitchen like she was looking at her archenemy, she ignored Violet's expression and hugged her. Violet makes a surprised expression, but soon she smiles softly and turned to look at my mom. Lady Anna, what are you doing? Wrong, 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 wrong. She spoke the same word over and over while shaking her head. You are my son's wife, so you must call me Mom. Violet looked shocked at my mother. Violet was a tall woman. She was 180 cm tall, compared to my mom who was 170 cm tall. So from my perspective, seeing my mom hugging Violet was a bit comical. She looked more like a younger sister to Violet than my mother. Mother? Violet spoke with a difficult expression. It was like a person who had never spoken those words before in her life. Omo, Omo. My mom breaks away from Violet and nods with a satisfied expression. That still wasn't enough, but I realize you're uncomfortable, so I won't force you into anything. It's not that. It's just... Violet was going to say something, but she was silent. It seems she must have some family issues. Shoo, don't worry. Everyone on this planet has secrets, even my son and his wife. My mom spoke with a meaningful smile. Violet smiled a little with a grateful expression. But anyway, why were you looking at the kitchen like it was your archenemy? My mom asked curiously, and as always, she was brutally honest. Violet's expression takes on several shades of red. She ducks her head in embarrassment and pouts. I was never good in the kitchen, and I wanted to make Victor something to eat. Mom and I looked at Violet in shock. Suddenly, my mom starts hugging Violet tighter. Kaya, you are so beautiful, my God. My son hit jackpot. Violet's face is completely red, and she looks to me for help, but I just shrug like it has nothing to do with me. She suddenly takes on an expression of someone who has been left to survive alone in the wild. Sorry, my wife, but I want you to be my sacrifice to my mother. And, looking at the small smile on Violet's face, I can see that she's not disliking my mom's attitude. She's just a woman who isn't honest with her feelings, although she's surprisingly honest when it comes to me. I decided. My mom suddenly stops hugging Violet and yells. Then she continues, I'm going to teach you how to cook. When I heard my mom's words, I couldn't help but wonder about the doubt I had when I heard Violet was bad at cooking. Can vampires eat regular food? Really? Violet asked with bright eyes. Of course, let's go. Suddenly, my mother pulls Violet by the arm and leads her into the kitchen. Soon the two women start talking. You found a good wife, my dad said as he was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. I look at him and see him smiling at me with a satisfied face. I display a small smile. You're wrong, Dad. My dad looks at me confused. I didn't find her. She found me, I said. Women these days are more honest with their feelings, huh? He spoke with a small smile. Then he crouches down and tries to pick up the boxes full of fireworks. Leave it to me, Dad, I said as I walked over and placed all the boxes piled on my shoulder. In total, they bought 3 boxes the size of a normal microwave. My father, seeing me putting all the boxes on my shoulder, couldn't help but smile at me satisfied. Now you can work as a bricklayer. You used to be very weak. Oof. I felt like someone had stabbed my heart with a stake. I look at my dad and think he's really going to ignore the changes in my body, huh? Or maybe he doesn't care. Anyway, I appreciate that he's not asking anything. As I carried the boxes into the living room, I asked my father, "By the way, what took you so long?" After all, it's already turned into night. I seem to speak loud enough for my mom to hear, because she stops talking to Violet and looks at me. "We wanted to give you guys privacy. After all, you guys are supposed to be horny with each other, right?" "Mother," I looked at her in shock. "Woman, control your mouth. I know this is normal. You two are young, etc." My mom spoke in a bored tone, like it was no big deal. "Indeed, we enjoyed last night." Violet spoke with a smile on her face. She was saying that last night we sucked each other's blood, but that only increased the misunderstanding. My mom looks at Violet with shining eyes. "Looks like I'm going to like you even more than I already do." "I found a partner." "Partner?" Violet questions, confused. "Yes. Do you know how difficult it is to be the only honest person in this house? My son is an antisocial man that, if it weren't for my teachings, would have become a simp to some successful streamer." "Woman, why do you know these useless things?" I thought as I placed the boxes in the room. "Oh." Violet looks at me, and I turn away, ignoring her. After all, there are some truths to my mom's words. I wouldn't become a simp because I didn't have money, and I wasn't foolish enough to believe that if I gave these streamers some money, I could get in their pants. Besides, I didn't even have time to think about it because I was worried about my health, and in the past, I looked like a thin undead. I doubt any woman would be interested in me. And my husband, well, he's my husband. She spoke in a flat tone. It was like she didn't have much to say about my father. "Well, in general, my father is a good father. He never missed anything at home, and he was always there when we needed him." "Hey, woman, don't dirty my image in front of my daughter-in-law," my father yelled. My mom just sticks her tongue out to my dad. Suddenly, I smell the sewer stink again. Those agents must have returned. Honestly, I didn't have a problem with these agents. They were just doing their job, but for some reason, they stank like a sewer, and that annoyed me. I'm just annoyed by the fact that I was having a good, normal conversation with my family, and suddenly someone seems to have opened the sewer in the middle of our house. It was just an irritating feeling. "Honey, should we get your things?" I spoke out loud when I noticed Violet was starting to show her gentle face. I didn't want her to show this face to my parents. Although I think it's adorable, I don't know if my parents would like it, and that was a gamble I didn't want to make, and I'm self-conscious enough to realize that her face is scary for normal people, even though that expression is so adorable. Hearing my voice, Violet controls her expression and smiles gently. "You're right, darling." My mom makes a sad expression. But we were having fun." She spoke while pouting. "Don't worry, Mother." She paused and spoke the last word with a hard face. She clearly wasn't used to saying that word. Soon that expression fades into a kind face. "I live near here, and I just need to get some more clothes." "I see. Well, take care and come back soon," she spoke with a gentle smile. "I'll be right back, Mother," Violet said. She looked like she could say the last word a little easier now. She walked towards the door. "I'll be right back, Mr. Leon," Violet said in a polite tone. "Just call me Leon," my dad said. Violet nods her head, smiling. I look at my dad and say, "I'll be right back, Dad." My dad nodded and said, "Take care of yourself out there, son." I nod my head, indicating that I understand, and then walk to the door. Violet holds my arm like a good wife, and we walk out of the house. When the door to the house closed, Victor and Violet suddenly disappeared. Ruby Scarlet's house. A beautiful woman with long red hair and a body that would be the envy of any model was sleeping soundly in a very ordinary-looking king-size bed. She was sleeping in a very comfortable position. It seemed that nothing in this world could interrupt her sleep. Lady Ruby. Suddenly a woman's voice can be heard in the bedroom. Ugh. Ruby gave a sign of life but continued to sleep. After all, she was fully convinced that no one would dare interrupt her sleep, and she also knew that no one would dare attack her family. And, because of that conviction, she could sleep as if she had no worries in the world. "Lady Ruby." This time Ruby heard the woman's voice, but she was too lazy to get up. Though for a moment, she thought this woman's voice was all too familiar. Well, she was too lazy to think, so she decided to continue to sleep. "Kagaya, you're doing it wrong." Suddenly Ruby hears her personal maid's voice. "Oh." How do you wake up your master, Luna? Kagaya asked in a neutral tone. Luna flashes a sadistic smile and approaches Ruby. Then she says, Ruby, I ripped up your entire personal anime collection. Ruby suddenly opens her eyes and looks coldly at Luna, her personal maid. You won't fool me again, Luna, Ruby said in a cold tone. Teske. Looks like I have to find another way to provoke Lady Ruby. The maid spoke aloud with a pout. Kagaya just looks at Luna with emotionless eyes. Luna was wearing a maid's uniform similar to Kagaya's. She has shoulder-length white hair, pale skin like all vampires, and pink eyes. She was a Russian woman with a height of 180 cm. Kagaya looks at a specific part of Luna. Huge as always, she thought disdainfully. Luna's most outstanding feature was her huge breasts. Just like Ruby, who had the biggest breasts Kagaya has ever seen, Luna didn't seem to lose in this competition. Now that I've stopped to think about it, all the women of Lady Ruby's clan have huge breasts, Kagaya commented to herself. Ugh, I wanted to sleep. Ruby complained. She sat up in bed. When Kagaya sees Ruby's breasts dangle in the red nightgown she was wearing, she can't help but think, maybe I should just let Lady Violet kill this woman. Ruby looks at the guest and says, Oh, Kagaya, how long has it been since we have last seen each other? She said with a gentle smile. Seeing Ruby's gentle smile, Kagaya stops thinking about random bullshit. She knows that of the three women who are childhood friends, Ruby is the kindest, calmest, and the smartest person she knows. She also has nothing against this woman. Boing! Boing! Yes, she has nothing against Dash. Seeing Ruby's breasts bouncing as she stretches on the bed, Kagaya pulls back everything she thinks and decides it's a good idea to let this woman die. Kagaya. Ruby spoke as she stretched. Tisk. Kagaya didn't hide her annoyance, but soon her expression goes blank, and she says, I came here to talk about Lady Violet. Ruby opens her eyes, a little surprised, but doesn't react too much. She expected something like this to happen. You came at a good time. I have something to tell you too. Oh. Kagaya looks at Ruby with curious eyes. Soon Ruby starts explaining to Kagaya about the noble vampire Corneliu Funer. When Ruby finishes recounting the events that happened at the university to Kagaya, the black-haired maid only speaks in disdain. A young noble vampire who thinks he's the center of the world and has an ego more fragile than glass. What is new? Ruby nodded in agreement with Kagaya's words, but that's not the problem. What if Corneliu attacks him? Oh. Suddenly Luna, who was silent, started to smile. Lady Ruby won't call that man darling like Lady Violet? Ruby turns to face Luna and says in a cold tone, silence. Luna's body suddenly stops moving, and she says, Yes, Lady Ruby. She spoke in a neutral tone like a robot. She doesn't learn, huh? Kagaya spoke in a bored tone. Since the moment she met Luna, this woman has always liked to tease Ruby. Ruby is a kind person and doesn't like to use master status to force Luna to do things. But Luna knows no limits. She likes to tease Ruby in any situation. That's inappropriate behavior for a servant. After all, the servant cannot tarnish her master's reputation. Yes, I don't like to do that, but she doesn't know how to control her mouth. Ruby sighed. Kagaya nods in agreement, but then she says, About Corneliu. Lady Ruby, no need to worry. Why don't I need to worry? Ruby asked confused. Because Lord Victor can handle it. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone, but Ruby could see she was confident Victor could handle it. Huh? But he's a newborn. And a newborn can't fight a noble vampire who's been roaming the world for over 50 years. Even though Corneliu is weak by noble vampire standards, he's still a noble vampire. A newborn vampire can't handle him. Ruby explained her reasoning. Kagaya ignores Ruby's reasoning and asks, Lady Ruby, have you forgotten what we are? Ruby opens her eyes for a moment when she understands what Kagaya means. Kagaya flashes a cold smile. We are vampires. We are not like wolves that take care of each other. If Victor dies fighting Corneliu, that means he wasn't as special as Lady Violet always said. Indeed, Ruby said with a cold smile, but soon she continues with a gentle smile, but I don't intend to become a widow before meeting my husband. And as a perfect maid, I can't let my master be sad. After all, a maid must always prioritize the best for her master. Kagaya commented with a small smile on her face. Looks like we've agreed on something, Ruby said with the same smile. Indeed, Kagaya agreed. But I didn't come here to talk about it. Kagaya suddenly changes the subject. I came here to say that Lady Violet's possessive attitude has been getting out of hand since the moment she met Victor. And she will probably try to kill you without worrying about the consequences. I know, Ruby commented with a sad smile. I've known her since she was little. I know how crazy she can be when someone takes something that belongs to her. And honestly, I guess Sasha and I shouldn't have been there when Victor was turned. After all, he was someone Violet had always been watching since she was a child. Ruby puts her hand on her neck, and suddenly her eyes change to blood red. A bloody atmosphere started coming out of Ruby's body, and slowly, it felt like Ruby's room was getting colder. It was like the temperature suddenly dropped into the negatives. But I don't intend to give up either. What happened in the ritual can't be undone, and I can't go into hibernation because of a little mistake like that. I have a lot of things I want to do in the future, yet if Victor does become my darling, and when he becomes my darling, he'll have my full support for whatever he wants to do in the future. Ruby's smile grew unnaturally, and her sharp teeth started to show. She was no longer a kind woman. She seems to have changed to something much worse in just a few days. And Kagaya noticed this change. Outside, Kagaya had the same blank expression, but inside she couldn't help thinking, for God's sake. Another one? Does Lord Victor's blood have properties that turn female vampires into stalkers? I understand, I'm leaving, Kagaya said when she turned around. She had fulfilled her goal. Ruby, seeing that Kagaya was leaving, returned to her gentle appearance. Are you going to visit Sasha? She asked curiously. Yes, Kagaya said. Be careful with Sasha's new maid, she's special, Ruby warned her. What happened to the former maid? Kagaya asked as she turned and looked at Ruby, and, seeing Ruby's sad look, she said, she died? Yes. She was murdered by the dogs of the church. Ruby spoke in an angry and at the same time sad tone. She knew Sasha's maid, Julia. She always talked a lot to Julia when she went to visit Sasha. I see. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone, but Ruby could hear some sadness in her voice. Soon the shadows started to engulf Kagaya, and she disappeared. Seeing that Kagaya is gone, Ruby looks at Luna, then her eyes change to blood red for a moment, and soon Luna starts acting normally. Sorry about that again, Luna. It's okay. I know I go overboard sometimes, Luna commented with a small smile on her face. Sometimes? Ruby raised an eyebrow. Luna used her right to remain silent. Ruby sighs and looks at her watch. Seeing it was 8 o'clock in the morning, she thinks it's still too early. My university starts in the afternoon, and I'm too lazy to make arrangements to avoid sunlight when I go out. I think I'll just sleep again. Ruby lays on the bed and pulls her sheet to cover her body. The moment she lays down, she feels thirsty. When she feels this craving for blood that can't be satiated by ordinary blood, she can't help cursing Violet, that bitch. She's got her thirst quenched, but she doesn't think about the consequences. Does she want my darling to go into a coma? Ruby's eyes kept changing red and green. She was trying to resist the bloodlust. Lady Ruby, Luna spoke worriedly. It's okay, Luna. Soon this problem will cease to exist. Ruby spoke while still lying down. As soon as she covers the sheet up to her head, she closes her eyes. She was trying to sleep while ignoring her bloodlust, which seems to be increasing with each passing day. Luna looks at Ruby worriedly. She can't help but think inwardly, that's bad. If it goes on like this, Lady Ruby could lose control or go into a sleep state. I need to do something. Luna was thinking about what she could do to help Ruby, but she couldn't find any ideas in her head when, suddenly, she has a brilliant idea. I'm going to get in touch with Ruby's mom. 2 tall men were walking down the street as they were looking around. They were wearing 2 full black priest robes, but unlike normal priest clothes, these men's clothes were designed for combat and easy movement. Around these men's necks, a small white crucifix can be seen. The 2 men appeared to have Western features. One had dark black hair and brown eyes. The other had light brown hair and black eyes. While the black-haired man had a simple cut, the brown-haired man had a bowl-shaped haircut. Thomas, what are we doing? We've been down this street about 500 times. For the love of our Father, let's get out of here. The brown-haired man spoke impatiently. Shut up, dickhead. I feel those evil creatures around here. I smell the stink. Thomas, the black-haired man, spoke with conviction. When the brown-haired man hears what Thomas said, he is furious. Don't call me dickhead. I have a name that God gave me. My name is Dash. Yes, yes, whatever. Come on, dickhead. The equipment is feeling something over there, Thomas said as he pointed to a street. Hey, do not ignore me. And we've been down this street before. Dickhead spoke. Strange, this is state-of-the-art equipment. Is it defective? Thomas spoke as he looked at the device in his hand. The device was shaped like a wooden crucifix. Dickhead approaches Thomas and looks at the equipment. He suddenly gets angrier. This is not state-of-the-art equipment. This equipment was used during the hunting of vampires in the 18th century. For the love of God. Where did you get this? Huh? I got it from the church warehouse. It said equipment for tracking vampires. Did you look at which version of the equipment? Thomas turns his face away. Yes. Veins start popping in Dickhead's head. You're an idiot. Are these the famous hunters from the Inquisition? Victor, who was watching these two hunters on top of a house, asked as he looked at Violet, who was standing next to him. Violet turns her face away and replies, Yes. Are you sure? Victor looked at the two priests again, and then looked at Violet, who was ignoring him. Yes, I guess. Violet replied uncertainly. Victor looked at the two priests again, and seeing them argue again. Are you absolutely sure they aren't two comedians dressed as priests? Violet looks at the priests again. Seeing how she had no way to explain the attitude of those priests, she uses her right to remain silent. But internally she was thinking, I evacuated the humans from the surrounding area, thinking there might be conflict. But it looks like I've done a useless job. These two hunters are still inexperienced. Does it look like they're on their first mission? She thought. Victor looks at Violet for a moment and ignores her. Then he uses his vampire vision and looks at the priests. Seeing the golden energy covering those priests and feeling a little stink of sewage emanating from them, he confirms for the 10th time they are vampire hunters. Sigh. Victor couldn't help but sigh. No need to be disappointed, darling. There are experienced hunters. Maybe in the future, you'll find other hunters better. Violet starts talking quickly as if trying to cheer him up. Victor looks at Violet confused. I'm not disappointed by that. I'm just disappointed that these two agents messed up our moment along with the stink of sewage. I was hoping they would be more competent. He explained. Oh, on second thought, they messed up our moment together. Remembering that she was about to finally catch up with Victor, and those two hampered him with their stink. The anger she'd previously felt returned explosively. Violet suddenly starts to emit a bloody pressure. Victor, seeing Violet's bloodthirsty expression, thought she was very beautiful. But he also thought, fuck, she's going to kill them. When Violet disappears, Victor also disappears. While watching her, he was thinking, I can't let her kill those agents. I need to know their goals in this town. Thomas and his friend also sense Violet's killing intent. They stop arguing and assume a serious expression. Jimmy, dickhead, now known as Jimmy, said, You only call my name in this kind of situation, asshole. Jimmy takes a Bible from the little bag he was carrying, then he opens it and puts his hand on the pages of the Bible and begins to speak. Oh my Lord, please forgive these corrupt souls and bless your lost lambs in this battle to come. A golden light descends on Jimmy and Thomas. At that moment, Thomas grabs the crucifix that was around his neck and yells out, I am the man chosen by God to be his messenger. Suddenly, Thomas's crucifix changes its appearance, and slowly, a western sword forms in his hand. This sword had a normal appearance, but the blade was strange. The edge of the blade seemed to be covered by some kind of golden light. Violet appears beside Thomas, and just as she was about to kick him, she is stopped by a golden barrier. Violet pulls away and looks at her feet that were a little bruised, but soon are cured by the vampire's abnormal regeneration. Then she looks at Jimmy with a murderous glare. When Thomas sees Violet's red eyes and her pale complexion, he yells with a hateful smile, Vampire! We've actually found a vampire. And it's still morning. Jimmy opens his eyes wide as he realizes that only one coven of vampires could walk in the sun without worrying. Thomas, we must run quickly. We need to get away. Huh? Why? We have a vampire here. Let's kill her. Thomas yelled. Fool! Look at the situation calmly. She is a vampire, but she is walking around in broad daylight. Only one dash. Suddenly, Violet appears at Jimmy's side again and attacks him, intending to rip his head off. She's trying to eliminate me. Jimmy jumps back in an attempt to dodge, then pulls holy water from his bag and throws it to the ground. He holds up certain pages of the Bible and shouts, "Michael, guardian prince and warrior, defend me and protect me with your sword. Don't let any harm come to me." Suddenly, a golden sword falls from the sky and appears in front of Jimmy. The sword was giant, and it seemed to be made of pure golden energy. Violet quickly backs away, jumping back when she realizes she couldn't kill Jimmy in time, since she doesn't want to take Jimmy's attack. "Oh? You're talented." She displayed a small predatory smile that showed off her sharp teeth. "I don't want compliments from a demon like you." Jimmy yelled, "How rude. Have you ever seen such a sexy, beautiful demon like her?" Victor suddenly appears on top of a fence while sitting down looking like a Japanese delinquent. Jimmy turns when he hears another voice. Then he looks at Victor, and, seeing the predatory smile on Victor's face and his red eyes, Jimmy felt a shiver down his spine. Another vampire who can walk in the sunlight. They are from that clan of cursed nobles. We don't have a chance here. We need to retreat. Thomas, seeing that a new vampire appeared, and realizing that he was closer to him, exhibited a hateful smile. God, bless this little servant with a strong body immune to fatigue. In this way, his servants will fight countless battles. Thomas's body began to glow, and the golden light from the sword that was located on its blade began to glow brighter. "Thomas, don't do it, you fool. Damn it." Jimmy yelled angrily when he saw what Thomas was about to do. They shouldn't be fighting this battle. We should have backed off and told the superiors that there are vampires from that cursed clan in this town. Thomas suddenly disappears into golden light. Victor looks to the side and sees that Thomas was approaching. Is he aiming for my head? From Victor's perspective, Thomas was still very slow. He also felt that the golden energy coming out of Thomas's sword was dangerous. "Ah, give me your head." Suddenly, Thomas's speed increased explosively, and he swung his sword towards Victor. Victor jumps up calmly and dodges Thomas's attack. But suddenly he feels like his face has been scratched. What is this pain? It is like I've been burned from the inside. It's like thousands of ants are biting my face at the same time. He touches his face and thinks, I'm sure I dodged it. I'm not foolish enough to let that energy hit my body. But how did he hit me? Thomas, you fool. Control your energy correctly. You missed a chance. Ugh, I know. Thomas spoke as he avoided hitting a wall in front of him. He managed to stop in time to avoid being smashed against the wall. He stopped in front of the wall and started breathing heavily. He had used all his energy in that attack. This was an attack that could cause permanent damage to an ordinary vampire. Oh, can he control the energy any way he wants? This is interesting. It means that if he was an experienced hunter, I would have lost my head. I understand. Victor thought with a neutral face. He was learning a lot from this situation, but he also felt strange. The longer this battle dragged on, he was getting calmer and calmer. He was feeling very strange. He thought the first time he fought while in control of his actions, he would be more scared, but instead of scared, he is feeling very calm. He can't explain to himself why he is feeling that way. Suddenly, a bloody pressure exploded around everyone. Victor, Thomas, and Jimmy look at Violet in shock, and her expression was distorted in a pure hatred. You fuckers. Boom! A pillar of fire burst from Violet's body, like a volcano that had erupted. She puts her hand to her face like she's possessed by something while mumbling loud enough for everyone to hear. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you hurt my beloved, darling? You motherfucking pigs. How could Violet allow this? Her beloved darling was hurt by mere pigs. They're just food for vampires. How dare they? That fire. Thomas spoke with an expression of fear. I warned you. We should have backed off. We don't stand a chance against someone from that cursed clan. You never listened to me. Jimmy yelled as he kept his attention on Victor, who was wearing a gentle smile, and Violet, who had a hateful expression. Looking at the pillar of fire that Violet was producing, all that was on Jimmy's mind now is to run away. He was extremely terrified since he provoked a monster that he shouldn't provoke. Ha! Victor suddenly started to laugh lightly when he saw Violet's face. She was very adorable to him, and because of that, he was laughing with happiness. Jimmy and Thomas looked at Victor like they were looking at a madman. How can he laugh in this situation? Why are you laughing? Thomas yelled annoyed as he watched the cut on Victor's face abnormally heal. He was internally surprised by this. Are God's energy healed so easily? Is that the power of a noble vampire? Jimmy, when he heard what Thomas said, looked at Thomas with murderous eyes. He promised himself he would part with Thomas if he survives all this. That man is just too stupid. Why am I laughing? I really do not know. I just felt like laughing, so I laughed. Victor lied easily. He looks at Violet with a loving smile. Isn't she beautiful? Tell me, have you ever seen a woman more beautiful than her? Victor asked while smiling. The hunter's brains stopped working for a few seconds. They looked at Violet, saw her hateful expression, and they couldn't help but think, is that beautiful? Was this vampire's brain melted by the previous attack? Victor ignores the hunters and walks towards Violet then. When he gets close to Violet, he lightly touches her face. Strangely, the fire didn't burn him. He just felt comfortable, as if it was natural for him. Violet slowly starts to ignore the hunters and looks at Victor with murderous eyes. Suddenly, she feels something invading her mouth. Hump dash! Feeling something wet invading her mouth, and realizing what Victor was doing, Violet's hateful expression slowly began to melt, and her cheeks slowly began to turn a shade redder. Tongues have started dancing in Violet's and Victor's mouths, but that doesn't last long. When Victor separates a bridge of saliva forms, then he flashes a gentle smile. Are you calmer? Why, yes. She spoke with red cheeks as she turned her face and smiled a little, happily. Victor laughs and pats her head. He finds the raw change in Violet's personality adorable. One moment she's a vampire killer, and the other moment she acts like a teenager who's in love, and he loved that trait of Violet. Suddenly, Victor looks at the two agents who were slowly trying to get away. Seeing that Victor looked at them, the hunters couldn't help but speak in fear. Oh shit. Victor hears footsteps approaching, and he decides to leave the scene. Although Violet has evacuated the surrounding area, the fire that Violet invoked drew a lot of attention. Honey, get that boy with bowl hair, and I'll get Thomas. Do as I say. Okay. He spoke with a gentle smile. Why, yes, darling, she commented stuttering, while her expression was a little red with embarrassment. Victor uses his speed, and he disappears beside Violet, then reappears beside Thomas. You dash, Thomas was going to say something, but Victor kicked him in the face and put him to sleep. He then picks Thomas up like a sack of potatoes and disappears. Violet appears alongside Jimmy, but unlike Thomas, Jimmy can't resist being taken away. God, please protect this lamb that is being kidnapped to the devil's lair. In an abandoned building on the outskirts of where Violet and Victor's battle took place, I throw the hunter named Thomas to the ground. When he falls to the ground, he suddenly wakes up while yelling, ouch. Violet came right behind me and threw the hunter named Jimmy to the ground. Ouch, he started to massage his ass. I noticed that Violet is staring at Thomas with a murderous look, so I move closer to her and start stroking her head. How are you feeling? Her expression softens, and she bites her lip in frustration. I'm angry. I want to kill him. He hurt my darling. I nod my head several times as if I'm agreeing with what she said, but actually I was thinking it's a good thing she's letting off steam. After all, if you hold too many emotions bottled up in your body, you can go crazy. Venting is a good thing, especially for vampires who feel emotions more strongly than humans. Did she get that way for just a little cut? I can't help but hug her in happiness. Humph! Violet made a weird sound as I hugged her and put her head on my chest. When she realized what I did, the rest of her turned bright red, and it seems like smoke started to come out of her head, a phenomenon that happened due to her powers, I think. I realized she was breathing heavily. She was embarrassed, but she seemed to like my scent. I like when you are mad for me, but you can't lose control like that. I drop her head from my chest and gently take her face in my hands, then I make her look at me. Thanks for being mad for me, but don't lose control of your emotions in battle. I spoke in a definite tone, not allowing refusal. I may not be battle savvy, but one thing I'm sure of, losing control of emotions in a battle with hunters who were bred to exterminate vampires is foolish. I will try not to lose control, she replied while breathing heavily. I could see her face was very red. I laughed a little. I'll also try not to lose control of my emotions. Wow, I sound like a hypocrite now. I tell her not to lose control of emotions, but I also don't know if I can control my emotions in the middle of battle. I say this for the simple reason that I don't know my current self. Sometimes my emotions seem out of control, like in the Juan incident, and sometimes my emotions are calm as a lake. This is just incomprehensible to me. Normally, I would be able to control my emotions. That was something I learned from my mother. But since I became a vampire, I don't recognize myself anymore. Easy things that I could do before, like controlling emotions, are no longer easy and became more difficult. This was a very strange situation for me. But I realized something. I'm only forced to demonstrate my true self when I have personal grudges with the enemy or when I think the opponent is strong enough to face me. I didn't know I was a battle maniac. Actually, what am I? Let's think about possible situations so I can form a coherent train of thought. The first situation, Juan, I had a grudge against him, and because of that, I felt great when I humiliated him. The second situation, the Inquisition. The moment I realized the hunters couldn't give me a challenge, I lost interest, and I calmed down. I'm changing. I'm changing too fast, and I don't know what's going to happen when my evolution stops. What am I going to become? I can't help but display a predatory smile that shows off all my sharp teeth as I imagine what I'll become when I stop evolving. Seeing my smile, I can feel Violet shivering, and I can smell her scent that is leaking from her secret garden. She seemed to be excited. Cough, Can we leave? Hunter Jimmy asked in a shy tone. Violet stops looking at me and looks at Jimmy with an annoyed look. I lightly patted Violet's head and pulled away from her. Come to think of it now, these two men are no longer reeking like sewage. What's going on? Was it the effect of that device they were using? I smell the air a little bit, and they don't stink at all. Stopping to think about it now, during the previous fight, I felt their stink getting stronger. I think it's the energy they use that makes them stink like sewage for me and Violet. I look at Jimmy and see that he has a red face. Embarrassed at Violet, an eyes show of affection. I flash a small smile. Not yet, I say. Oh, I see. He spoke in a dismayed tone. I laughed lightly. Don't worry. As long as you say everything you know you can get out of here alive. After all, your goal here isn't us, right? Jimmy looks at me with an excited face. Yes. We came here to hunt a vampire named Lucy. He is wreaking havoc in the human world, and some time ago, he kidnapped several men and women. Jimmy, what are you doing? Thomas interrupts Jimmy. Something happens that surprises Violet and me. Jimmy turns and looks at Thomas with an annoyed look. Shut fuck up, you fucking muscle brain. Huh? Thomas didn't understand. Something happens that surprises Violet and me. Jimmy turns and looks at Thomas with an annoyed look. Shut fuck up, you fucking muscle brain. Huh? Thomas didn't understand why his friend reacted so strongly to his words. He was going to say something again, but he decided to keep quiet because he saw the look Jimmy was giving him. It was a look that said, shut up and let me figure this out. Well, this is interesting. Jimmy seems to be a smarter man than Thomas, who only acts out of emotion. I thought as I looked at the two hunters standing in front of me. Like I was saying, Jimmy looks at me and flashes a gentle smile. Then he continues with bright eyes. Sir Vampire, we're just here to hunt down the vampire named Lucy. I had already deduced that. Oh, who was participating in this hunt? I asked curiously. Jimmy seemed to be very willing to cooperate. Me, this idiot here, and 3 more veteran hunters. A man named Carlos Rice. He's an American vampire hunter. And a woman named Mizuki. She doesn't have a last name that I know. She's a Japanese hunter. Jimmy spilled everything, as if he were confessing his sins to a priest. When Mizuki's name was mentioned, I felt a slight tensing from Violet, so I looked at her. When she saw my look, she opened her mouth and began to speak. Mizuki is a veteran hunter. She is one of the new generals of the Inquisition. She spoke in a neutral tone. Then she continues, she can fight a vampire who is over 500 years old easily. The last report I heard about Mizuki was from Japan, where she had single-handedly eliminated 10 clans of noble vampires. Japan's noble vampires aren't as strong as those in the Romanian community. But even so, that's an impressive feat. How many generals are there? I asked curious. I was surprised by the fact that it seems like humans have strong people on their side. For each general is an exceptional force that can fight 1,000-plus-year-old vampires easily. They are the strongest humans alive. Violet seemed to praise them for a moment. Then she continued. I don't know how they do it, but it looks like the Inquisition is getting stronger as time goes on. Historically speaking, humans always adapt against the threats they faced, so it's no surprise they're getting stronger, but I'm pretty sure the methods they're using to get stronger aren't nice for the people involved. After all, humans can commit the greatest atrocities for the greater good. Jimmy suddenly began to speak out loud. It is clear. The generals are God's chosen warriors. They have eternal youth and many God-given abilities. Father bless this lost lamb. He spoke like a fanatic as he looked up at the roof of the abandoned building and clasped both hands together in a gesture of prayer. Chosen by God, huh? I thought with a little skepticism. Does the God he talks about so much exist? Why didn't he eliminate vampires? After all, he was supposed to be a powerful being, right? I think someone is using the name of God to bring people together to fight for their organization's goals. Well, this wouldn't be the first time in history that someone has used the name of God to do something like that. And the last hunter, what's his name? I asked Jimmy. Jimmy stopped praying and looked at me. It's not him, it's her. Then he continues. Her name is Maria. She is an American woman and also Carlos' partner. But she is missing. Maria, Carlos, and Mizuki. 3 strong hunters and 2 beginners. They're putting a lot of effort into hunting Lucy, as I believe that just Mizuki's presence alone would be enough to eliminate Lucy. He didn't look like a strong vampire. I start to reflect on the information I obtained, and I can't help but think of something. The situation has changed. This is becoming a dangerous game, and interesting. I can't help but smile a little when I think about it. But then I put my hand to my face and think, when did I start having suicidal tendencies? And why I'm having fun with this situation. I'm a newborn vampire. If I were to confront these hunters, I would just die like a pig being slaughtered. I need to control myself. I start thinking about what I should do next. Then I look at Violet, who's been staring at me for a long time, and she says, "We can't let them go anymore." I nod in agreement with my wife's words. It looks like she had the same thought as me. Why? But we told you everything we know. Please do not kill me. Jimmy spoke in despair. I look at Jimmy and I can't help but think he's very cowardly and at the same time very smart. He prioritizes his life and doesn't mind selling out his allies to live on. He's the perfect example of a soldier that you wouldn't want around in your organization. By comparison, Thomas is a loyal man and hot-headed. He's a perfect pawn. Just out of curiosity, did you choose Thomas as your partner? I asked with genuine curiosity as I pointed at Thomas. I didn't choose him. God chose us to be each other's companions. Jimmy said, annoyed. He seemed to have spent a lot of time with Thomas. Oh, now I get it. They brought the two together on purpose. They hoped that Thomas's loyal personality would pass on to Jimmy. After all, people are influenced by other people. It seems that God is a very cautious being. Well, I apologize, Jimmy. I can't let you go. After all, the situation has changed, but don't worry. We won't treat you badly, I said with an innocent smile. I appear next to Jimmy and try to test something I've wanted to for a long time, and now we have the perfect guinea pig here. Look into my eyes. My eyes turn blood red. You will do whatever I order. Okay. Soon I hear Violet. That isn't going to work, darling. They have something that prevents them from being enchanted. Oh. I look at Violet. We've never found out what it is, but the Inquisition has ways that can prevent vampires from enchanting the members' dash. She suddenly stops talking when she hears Jimmy say, "Yes, I will." Jimmy spoke with blood-red eyes. Huh? Darling, what did you do? Violet asked excitedly. I was about to answer Violet, but Thomas, who was just silently looking at us with hate, yelled, "I'm going to kill you, bastard. What did you do to Jimmy?" He looked at me like I was his mortal enemy. This man has a very big hatred, huh? Looks like something happened in the past. I can guess what happened just from the look of hatred he has for me. Looks like he's a victim of vampires. Oh my God, please dash. As he was about to start speaking the incantation, I appeared in front of him and grabbing him by the neck with my right hand, held him in the air. Just shut up and obey me for now, okay? He looked into my red eyes, and soon his eyes turned red. Yes, he spoke in a mechanical tone, as if he had no life. I drop him gently to the ground. Looking at the two hunters, I display a small smile. I was still curious about some things, especially about the spells they did in the last fight. I'll make them tell me everything I want to know. Let's get them to your mansion. I don't want potential enemies in my parents' house, I say. I was thinking the same thing, darling. Sasha house. I heard what happens, Lady Sasha. Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone with a little sympathy as she looked at Sasha. She was currently in a luxury hotel room. Precisely speaking, she was on the 25th floor of a luxury hotel in a presidential suite. She was looking at a blonde woman with short hair and blue eyes that were constantly changing from red to blue. It was quite obvious to Kaguya that Sasha was bloodthirsty. Sasha has a voluptuous body, big breasts, but not as big as Ruby's, and pale skin, but the feature that draws the most attention is her ass and her legs, which were very thick. If Ruby had the biggest breasts, Sasha had the biggest ass and leg Kaguya had ever seen. And? Did you come here to give me your pities? She spoke with cold, tired eyes. Kaguya shakes her head and asks in a neutral tone, "What happened?" "This is not your problem," Sasha spoke coldly. "Wrong," Kaguya said coldly as her eyes changed to blood red. "I've known Julia longer than you. She was like a teacher to all the maids who served the houses of the 4 vampire earls. Just like she was a teacher to me, she was a mother to you. This is my problem too." Sasha opened her eyes a little and spoke in a sad voice. "I understand. I'm sorry." Kaguya was silent for a moment. She wasn't very good at comforting a person. "What happened?" she asked again in a neutral tone. Sasha's eyes that had been alternating between sapphire blue and blood red suddenly turned red. And then she orders, "Maid." A blonde maid gently opens the door of the room she was in, walks slowly towards Sasha's side, and stands beside Sasha waiting for any order from her master. From beginning to end, all her movements were very robotic. It was quite clear that Sasha was abusing her status as master. Kaguya looks to the side and sees the blonde woman with her hair tied in a low bun. She has blue eyes and a serious expression. Her outfit is a maid's uniform similar to the one Kaguya wears, and she wears long black gloves so as not to directly touch her master. Kaguya could also see with her vampire vision small threads surrounding the woman, as if they were protecting her. When the maid appeared, Sasha began to speak. "After the ritual took place, I went home." She started to describe what happened. "January 31st, the day the ritual that turned Victor into a vampire took place." Sasha's POV. "I do not believe this. I do not believe this. It's all Violet's fault, that stupid stalker," I said as I jumped from building to building and held my neck. My breathing was ragged and my mouth was oozing blood from that newly transformed human. "Ah, this blood tastes so good. This blood makes those sack drinks that my family provides taste like nothing. The best blood I've ever tasted, and now it's mine? Is this just mine?" I shake my head several times to get that thought out of my head, then stop on top of a building and look up at the cloudy sky. I sigh and say, "I can't believe I'm married to a stranger." I mean, Victor is not a complete stranger. Violet has always talked about him to Ruby and me since when we were kids. We always had to listen to Violet talking about her darling. Honestly, when I was a kid, I found this very irritating, but as time went on, I got used to Violet's craziness. I accepted the request to help with the ritual, but I never thought something like this would happen, I said as I crouched down and sat in the building. I mean, who would have thought this would happen? Shouldn't the ritual be individual? Why did this irregularity happen? Because of that now, I'm married, and I don't even know my husband personally. I practically yelled as I held my head in frustration. It's all Violet's fault. Oh, I'm getting annoyed again. Wait. Suddenly, I realized something important. If I don't take my husband's blood, I'll dry up. I'll turn into a dry mummy, and my body will go into hibernation. And that is still a positive result. In the worst case, I'll go crazy from bloodlust. Fuck, I yelled in frustration. How am I supposed to make this work? "Hey, Victor, I am your wife. Give me your blood." I spoke like I was acting in a drama, but soon my face turned bright red. "No. This is shameful. I never met him in person. I shake my head several times to get that thought out of my head. Anyway, I must go home. I get up and jump towards the mansion I bought. Arriving at the mansion, I open the door, and the first thing I see made me freeze in disbelief. My maid Julia's headless body was sprawled on the couch. The room was messed up. It was like a fight had happened, and it wasn't just Julia's body that was scattered. No, Julia? I spoke in disbelief. I couldn't form coherent thoughts when I saw the body of the maid who practically raised me since I was little. I could see the bodies of all my servants, vampires, and humans. A massacre took place here while I was gone. I didn't have time to be in mourning because I felt someone approaching at high speed. I cover my body with my lightning and dodge the attack. The attack passes by me, and I can see the door to my mansion breaking into pieces. Oh, the ambush failed. That's too bad. I hear a man's voice. Looking at the man, I see he's a tall, bald white man, and he's wearing a priest's robes, but it looks like it's been adapted to look like a black suit. Church dogs. I growled in anger, but soon I swallow that anger and try to stay calm. Now is not the time to lose control, but I can't control my anger. Seeing the body of my headless mother, a burning fury I can't control, escapes my body. You fuckers. Boom! Lightning started to cover my entire body. The man ignores me and pulls tight the black glove he was wearing in a gesture as if the glove was loose. He stands like a martial artist and says, "God bless this servant's fist so he can punish sinners." When the man said this, his fist began to glow with a faint golden glow. When I try to move using my legs, I feel my movements being restricted. Success, good job, Carlos. Suddenly, a woman who was wearing a nun's dress appears. Same as the man, it looks like her uniform was tailored to look like a tight-fitting suit. I could see in her hands she held several strands spread all over the mansion. They suspend me in the air in a way that I look like I'm on a crucifix. Nice job, Maria. Carlos spoke in a neutral tone. Honestly, I don't want to deal with the heiress of Clan Fulger. Those rays are quite incompatible with my fighting style. Indeed, you're lucky to have me as your partner, or you could never capture her alive, Maria said. You are my lucky charm. Carlos praised her with visible feelings. They seemed to have something together. My anger reached the boiling point when these dogs treated me like I was easy prey to hunt. They invade my house. They killed a woman who was like a mother to me. They kill my servants and still despise me? Unforgivable. Church dogs. I screamed angrily. My teeth started to change and got sharper. Then a bloody pressure started to leak out of my body. I'm going to kill them. Sigh. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Carlos grumbled as if it were troublesome. Indeed, she wouldn't be the heiress of a Count clan if she was weak. Maria supports him. She gestures with her hands, and the wires that were holding me start to get tighter. But I also felt my skin burning. Ah! I cry out in pain. I look at the strands and realize they have a slight golden glow. Realizing I was at a disadvantage while fighting indoors with this woman, I made a decision that hurt my pride. I need to run away. I can't fight alone now. I needed to run away. I know I needed to, but I look at Julia's headless body and seeing that the rage that was running rampant started to rise again. I was angry. I want revenge. I focus my gaze on Maria. With the previous demonstration, it's pretty obvious that the bald guy has feelings for Maria. I flash a smile, almost on the verge of insanity, and decide to use a technique my real mother taught me. Covering my body with golden lightning, I start to force my body to go beyond the possible limits of a noble vampire. I feel the rays entering my body and affecting it with small jolts of electricity. This is a self-destructive technique that only can be used by me. This technique expands my speed above the limit of sound. I kick the air with my legs, and suddenly they both hear a sonic boom. Boom! I feel the woman's strand snapping and releasing me. When I'm released, I use my speed and appear behind Maria. I was tempted to finish Carlos now, but when I saw his body being covered by dense golden energy as I ran, I changed my mind. And this decision to kill Carlos here wouldn't satisfy me. He needs to suffer. He needs to see his mate become something he hunts. I bite Maria on the neck, and when she realizes what's about to happen, she screams. No! I hear Churchhound's desperate cry, and it made me bite her neck even harder and make her scream even more. Maria! Carlos ran towards us, but the moment he wanted to act to help Maria, I disappeared. Cursed be the vampires! The Churchhound scream was ironically like a devil scream, and I don't know why, but I started to laugh out loud, and with tears in my eyes. Fuck you, shitty dog. I yelled as I fled, a few km away from Sasha's mansion. Sasha throws Maria on the ground and tears off the crucifix that was around Maria's neck. Then she bites her finger, and a drop of blood falls to the ground. When this drop falls to the ground, a magic circle is formed. I didn't prepare the proper materials for you to become my full-fledged servant, but who cares? With this you'll become what you hate the most, a vampire. And worse than a normal vampire, you'll become a defective vampire. She spoke with a smile that showed all of her sharp teeth as tiny tears fell from her face. The last vision before Maria fell into unconsciousness was the image of Sasha smiling at her, with a crazy smile as tears fell from her face. Kaguya listened to the whole story from Sasha's mouth in silence. From beginning to end, Kaguya's expression didn't change, but Kaguya's indifferent atmosphere suddenly exploded with killing intent when she heard the state of Julia's body. Kaguya looked at Maria, the former vampire slayer who has now turned into what she swore to kill. Kaguya's expression remained indifferent, but her atmosphere said everything she needed to know. She's furious. Maria, Sasha's new maid, just looked at Kaguya with serious eyes. It was like she wasn't affected by Kaguya's pure intention to kill. But if we looked with sharper eyes, we would all be able to see small beads of sweat falling from Maria's face. Maria's instincts were screaming for her to do something, but unfortunately, the master's order was absolute. She couldn't do anything. Since the moment she became Sasha's servant, the noble vampire always had her on a tight leash. She always ordered her to stay close. A trap. The church dogs are more active than I thought. Something is going on behind the scenes. Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone as she looked at Sasha. Her killing intent suddenly disappeared, but Sasha could see by the look in Kaguya's eyes that her anger has not yet ceased. Yes, according to my maid, a man named Lucy stole something very valuable from the church. Unfortunately, I couldn't get information on what that something is. My maid didn't know anything. Sasha spoke neutrally while showing disdain for the word my maid. Are you sure about that? Kaguya questioned her. Sasha decides to demonstrate with actions. She looks at Maria. Then Sasha's eyes start to sparkle. Tell me what you were planning to do with your lover. We were planning to get married and have kids next year. Maria spoke in a robotic tone as her eyes glowed red. Sasha's smile grew into a hateful smile when she heard these words. She seemed to be planning something, and Kaguya noticed this smile. When you killed my former head maid, what did you feel? And what was your purpose in making that trap? Nothing. I feel nothing. After all, this is just a job. Carlos attacked the mansion head-on and killed all the servants, while I ripped the vampire maid's head off and set a trap with my wires. Our goal was to capture the heiress of the Fulger clan. Stop, I get your point. Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone. She understood why Sasha was demonstrating this to her. Sasha wanted to tell Kaguya with these actions that the new maid was in her control. Oh, but now was getting to the good part. Sasha spoke like this was all a big joke. She obviously wasn't right in her head. Continue. Why did you want to capture me? Sasha ordered. The Inquisition received information that the leader of Clan Fulger lost his position as a vampire count and became an ordinary noble vampire. The Inquisition decided it would be a good opportunity to further weaken this clan by capturing their heiress, who was located in the United States of America. Kaguya opened her eyes wide when she heard what Maria said. Seeing the shocked expression on her always stoic face, Sasha can't help commenting in a broken tone as her eyes constantly change from blood red to green. Yes, funny, right? My parents will lose the Earl title. My mother probably must have done the stupid thing she always does. And in the end, I think she bet our title on some stupid game made by the nobles. And because of that, these idiots here thought it would be a good idea to capture me and use me as a bargaining chip so they can further diminish the strength of my clan. And you know what's funny? Sasha spoke. If these church dogs had been successful, my parents wouldn't care about my existence. They would say I was weak or something and that I should die. A very funny situation, right? The only people who cared about me died because of those idiots who call me daughter. Sasha spoke dismissively. Lady Sasha. Kaguya didn't know what to say. I don't want your pity, Dash. Sasha was about to say something, but suddenly she realized that Kaguya was standing beside her while her body was hidden by the darkness. I'm sorry, Lady Sasha. Dash. Sasha just stared into Kaguya's glowing red eyes with a shocked expression. She never thought Kaguya would do that to her. Kaguya slits Sasha's neck, and blood sprays her face. Soon Sasha falls to the ground as if she were dead. Kaguya disappears again, and appears behind Maria, then attacks the maid's ribs with shadowy daggers, after which she slashes Maria's neck. Maria's eyes suddenly lose the glow of life, and she falls to the ground. Sigh, it's hard to be a perfect maid. Kaguya sighs as she wipes her face with a handkerchief she took from her pocket, and suddenly her shadows start to grow and slowly swallow Maria. Then Maria's body disappears into Kaguya's shadows. Kaguya turns her face away and looks at Sasha's body as several thoughts run through her head. POV Kaguya. Sigh, it's hard to be a perfect maid. I can't let myself think about it again as I look over my shoulder and see an all-black bag made of a material that keeps sunlight out. Inside that bag was Lady Sasha, a friend from Lady Violet's childhood. I could put Lady Sasha in my shadow, but that would be pretty rude to her. After all, my shadow isn't a nice place. Sigh. I can't help but sigh again. A maid's duty is to always want the best for her master. This was a teaching that Julia always put in my head when I was younger. Julia was a role model for all maids. A maid considered to be perfect who trained all maids serving the households of noble vampires of count status. She was Sasha's personal maid. She was also the head maid of the Fulger clan, and, most importantly, she was also like a mother to Sasha herself. Losing a mother figure and finding out your family lost their count status in the nobility must have been quite a shock to Lady Sasha. I mumble under my breath with a little pity as I bounce from building to building. I was coming back to Lord Victor's house. Lady Sasha is not in a good mental condition. She is normally a noble woman, calm, and someone who follows the rules of the vampire world faithfully. But when she went through several losses in a short time, her mental state was affected and she was not thinking clearly. If I left Lady Sasha alone, she would make a rash decision that could cause her death. And if Lady Sasha died, Lord Victor would likely lose himself in bloodlust or fall into a deep sleep. After all, the ritual is something that cannot be broken. To prevent the worst fate from happening, the three women must stay together, because if they don't, they will suffer. Lord Victor needs his wife's blood, and his wives need Lord Victor's blood. And since Lady Violet is Lord Victor's wife, I need to resolve this situation. Sigh, should I really look for another job? Maybe I can go back to Japan and teach younger maids in the future. I spoke out loud, but I knew that was not what I wanted. I want to be a perfect maid, and a perfect maid is one who chooses her master. But it seems I was far from that goal. Maybe Lord Victor will praise me for doing a good job? I shake my head several times to get this thought out of my mind. Not noticing that my face is a little red, I keep jumping from building to building. Victor POV. Violet and I returned with the two hunters to her mansion. After quizzing the hunters about their abilities and everything I could know about the techniques they use, I was satisfied when I finished my interrogation. I left the two hunters in the care of Violet and Violet's servants. I told her not to treat the two badly. After all, we could use them as a bargaining chip for veteran hunters. Although I doubt these veteran hunters will care about their recruits, they're still a good organization, right? So they should keep up appearances, I think. Good and evil are subjective. If I do good for one person and at the same time I harm another person, even if I don't know I did it, for the person I harmed, I will be considered evil. And for the person I helped, I'll be considered good. In the end, there is no good and bad. What exists are just choices and the consequences of your choices. As Newton said in the past, for every action you make, a reaction is created at the same time. That thought can be included in real life too, and not just in physics. Before leaving the mansion, I told Violet to bring more clothes than usual because I would use that excuse at home. After all, I know my mom. I'm sure she'll ask why Violet didn't come home. Violet agreed with me and said she would. Returning home, I meet my parents. Where's Violet? My mom asked me. She was watching a movie while my dad was washing the dishes. Apparently, they bought food. In our house, there's no such nonsense about the man sitting on the couch and the woman washing dishes. We divide our tasks into weekdays. It seems like today is my father's day to wash the dishes. She's a little busy. She lives in a mansion, so she has a lot of clothes to bring. I spoke in a neutral tone. You really hit the jackpot. You got a rich, beautiful, and loving wife. I have nothing more to teach you. As a mother, I'm proud. As expected of me, my mother commented proudly of me as a small tear fell from her face. She looked like an ancient master who taught their disciple everything they learned and was proud of their disciple. Mother! I was speechless as I looked at my mother. I mean, if it were up to your father, you would work as a bricklayer and you would whistle to women passing by on the street. You would be a caveman. I don't want my son to be like that. She spoke with a serious face as if she were teaching me something important. Oof! I saw my dad react like a knife had gone into his chest. Woman, why did you agree to date me back then if I was a caveman? My dad practically yelled as he stopped washing the dishes. My mom turns her face and looks at my dad and responds with the same honesty she always has. Well, you were tall, muscular, and knew how to treat a woman well. And your dragon warrior was a great warrior too. And Leon, the two look like two teenagers in love. Okay, stop. I don't want to hear about that, I said while making a stop gesture. I was used to this casual exchange from my parents, but even though I am used to it, I don't want to see it. Suddenly, Kagaya walks through the door of the house, and, when she closes the door, she calls my parents' attention. Mr. Leon and Mistress Anna, I came back sorry for the delay. Oh, Kagaya, right? Where were you? I haven't seen you all morning, my mom asked. I was solving some problems that Lady Violet forgot to deal with. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone. Oh, good job. As expected of a professional maid, you guys are different. My mom praised her honestly. It seems that my mother's compliment seemed to work because Kagaya flashed a small satisfied smile and spoke in her usual neutral tone as she seemed to puff out her chest. This is easy for me. Omo, get in the house, let's talk. My mom spoke with a big smile as she invited Kagaya to her side. Unfortunately, I can't do that right now. I'm working, Kagaya said as she grabs my arms. I'm a little surprised by Kagaya's attitude. Oh. My mother displays a meaningful smile. I look at her smile and immediately understand what she's thinking. Are you after another girl? What if Violet finds out about this? Be careful. I won't meddle in your personal life, but I don't want a child killed by their wife. How do I know she specifically said that? Well, in the past, she and I talked a lot about the future, and she said those exact words. She said she wouldn't meddle in my personal life. After all, I would be an adult in the future. She wanted the tragedy she saw in an anime to be repeated with her womanizing son. I felt a lot of damage that day when she said the word womanizing. At the time, I couldn't even catch a fly, let alone catch a woman. Lord Victor, we have a problem. Kagaya spoke in a low voice as she looked at me with a serious expression. Seeing Kagaya's serious expression, I understand that something serious has happened and Kagaya needs me for something. After all, she's a serious maid, and she wouldn't make a joke about a problem. I nod my head indicating that I understand, and I tell my parents, I'll work something out with Kagaya, I'll be back soon. Take care, my mom spoke as she waved at me. But suddenly, she makes an expression like she remembers something, and she yells, Victor, you should go get Zach from the vet. He must be missing you. Oh, I had completely forgotten about my cat. I smacked my hand over my head. Now that I've stopped to think about it, I've been missing stroking that fluffy fur. Deciding that I would pick up Zach from the vet later, I went out with Kagaya. When Victor left his house with Kagaya, they entered a secret passage that was close to a wall, and soon they slowly descended into the basement of the house. Do you think Victor is doing things with Kagaya? Leon asked curiously when he saw the house door close. I doubt it. I know my son. I raised him to be a loyal man. He won't run after another woman if he's married to a woman as beautiful as Violet. Something probably happened. Anna, Victor's mother, spoke with an unconcerned expression. I see, Leon said, and then continued washing the dishes. Wait, they're married, right? But why was there no wedding ceremony? He spoke as he washed the dishes, but when he realized what he was saying, he looked at Anna. Suddenly, Anna looks like she's been struck by lightning. She freezes and looks at Leon with shining eyes. It was like she had something interesting to do. Leon, seeing this, just thought, "Oh shit, I'm sorry, son. I didn't know maid work included kidnapping beautiful women. Is that a new kind of fetish?" I asked Kagaya, who ignored what I said while looking at the two blonde women who were sleeping in two separate beds. The first blonde woman was wearing a modern-made dress that looked like Kagaya's. And the other woman, she was beautiful, unlike Violet. She had short blonde hair that reached her neck, very pale skin, thick thighs, and big breasts. She was wearing a long-sleeved black silk shirt with a two-button collar that goes to the middle of the neck. Between her breasts, there was a white square-shaped tile embroidered on the edges in gold. It looks very tight, and since it is silk, and you could completely see her round breasts and her very slim waist. What was even more surprising was the white sailor-like coat with a bow tie tied just above her breasts, just leaving the white coat over her shoulder without actually wearing it. She wore a white skirt with two belts, one at the waist and one falling more diagonally on the right side. It was cut like those Cheongsam dresses and showed off a sexy black garter belt that covered her long, perfect legs. I noticed she was also wearing white 2-inch high heels, but the heels were leaning against the side of the bed. This woman was very attractive. I feel my vision changing, and I look at her and feel the same thing as when I saw Violet for the first time. It was an inexplicable attraction. It was like I needed to suck her blood. Ugh. I put a hand to my throat and walk away quickly, looking at my reaction to seeing the blonde woman for a long time. Kagaya spoke in a neutral tone. "You're reacting to her? Huh? Who is she?" I asked as I held my heart. I thought I had quenched my bloodlust with Violet, but why was I reacting so strongly? Kagaya doesn't answer me. She looks at the woman who's been lying in bed for a long time, and I see her hesitate, as if she's making an important decision. In the end, she seems to make up her mind, then looks at me and speaks in a serious tone of voice. "She's your wife." Huh. I look at Kagaya in shock with my mouth agape. "She's your wife." Kagaya repeated what she said in the same tone of voice that I heard. I said in a surprised tone. I took a deep breath and asked in a neutral tone. What I meant was, "What do you mean she's my wife?" "Well, she's your wife?" She spoke with a confused face. "Kagaya." I stared at her with a look telling her to explain what was going on. Kagaya sighed. "Normally, as a servant of Lady Violet, I shouldn't be telling you this information, but..." She bit her lip, and it looked like she was having some difficulty speaking. I start to think of Kagaya's personality. She's a loyal maid who claims to want to be the perfect maid, a maid who does everything for her master's sake. Oh, I get it. She's thinking she's committing a betrayal by talking about something Violet probably forbade. I move closer to her as I try to ignore the temptation to bite the blonde woman's neck who was lying asleep on the bed. I swallowed hard and bit my lip a little. I patted Kagaya's head and said, "Don't worry, just tell me what happened. If Violet says something, you have my support." When I started stroking Kagaya's head, I felt her body tremble a little, and then she shows a small smile on her face. She seems happy about something, then she says, "I will trust Lord Victor." She spoke in a neutral tone while keeping the smile on her face. Realizing she was going to tell me what's going on, I stopped stroking her head. I feel her shiver a little, and suddenly Kagaya's hand moves at inhuman speed and takes my hand and places it on her head again. She then lifted her face and looked into my red eyes with a blank look. Question marks started appearing around me. I didn't understand what was going on, but when I looked where she was holding my hand, I understood something. She wanted me to stroke her head. Soon, I start stroking her head again, and she displays a satisfied smile. I can't help shaking my head to myself when I see this maid's attitude. She claims to be a perfect and serious maid, but she is surprisingly cute sometimes. Somehow, seeing Kagaya's expression, I managed to calm down. My bloodlust was still screaming like crazy, but now it was on a more manageable scale. "Explain what happened," I told Kagaya. Kagaya nods and says, "This woman's name is Sasha. Sasha Fulger, just like Lady Violet. She is your wife." Soon she starts telling me all the events that Sasha suffered. I listened to everything with a neutral expression as I stroked Kagaya's head. My emotions fluctuated sometimes. When I heard that Sasha was happy, I was happy, but when I heard that Sasha was almost captured by the hunters, I felt a wave of intense anger in my chest. These emotions were foreign to me. I wondered how I could feel such strong emotions from a woman I just met, but stopping to think, the same thing happened with Violet. I always felt very intense emotions when involving Violet. I look at the blonde maid with murderous intent, but soon I shake my head several times and start breathing heavily in an attempt to calm myself again. This wasn't my revenge. This was Sasha's revenge. Okay, let's gather the important information. Sasha, who was Violet's childhood friend, was marked as my wife by the ritual that happened a few days ago. She came home, and a trap set by the church hunters was waiting for her. On that day, she lost Julia, a maid who was like a mother to Sasha. According to Kagaya, when she went to visit Sasha, she realized she was suffering from bloodlust, and she was very weak from fighting the hunters. Realizing that Sasha might make rash decisions because of her desire for revenge, Kagaya kidnapped Sasha and brought her to me. I understand the general situation. I look at Kagaya. Who is my other wife? Kagaya bites her lip, but she soon sighs again and says, Ruby. Ruby Scarlet. She's Lady Violet's other childhood friend. Ruby. Isn't she the most popular student in med school? Let me remember. Red hair, green eyes, and with an always listless expression on her face. She was called a genius because she always came first in everything she did. She was very popular with the college men. She was called the untouchable red flower. According to the rumors, in the past she was proposed to by several men, but they were all turned down, and some more insistent men suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. For some reason, an irritating feeling grew in me when I realized that several men were after her. It was like an obsessive desire. Those fuckers. Lord Victor. Suddenly I hear Kagaya's voice. I wake up from my thoughts and look at Kagaya, realizing that I was falling into the seas of emotions again. I smile a little and say, Thank you, Kagaya. I stroke her head harder. I see she was breathing more erratically, and she had a small smile on her face. She wasn't breathing like Violet. It was something quieter. Nice job, Kagaya. I felt Kagaya's whole body tremble as I said those words. And soon she turns her face away and is looking at the wall as if she found something interesting. Kagaya deserved those words. If she hadn't acted then, Sasha probably would have done something dangerous to herself. A dash. What happened to me? Suddenly, I hear someone's voice waking up. I look straight ahead and see that Sasha has woken up. Sasha looks around and doesn't seem to recognize the place she woke up. Suddenly, she starts talking in an irritated tone. That maid. She kidnapped me. She was going to continue to say something, but when she noticed my presence, she stopped talking and focused all her attention on me. Sasha's sapphire blue eyes begin to change to blood red. She inhales a large amount of air and slowly begins to release the air that was in her lungs. When she let out the air she breathed in, I could see that the air was much hotter than usual. It even formed a small hot mist when it came out of her mouth. Her face started to turn red, and she started breathing erratically while keeping her red eyes fixed on me. I wasn't in any better shape. My body was hot. My throat was dry. My whole body screamed at me to stop holding back and attack that woman and feast on her blood. A dash! Lord Victor, you're hurting me? Kagaya spoke in a neutral voice. When Sasha and I heard Kagaya's voice, we both woke up from our stupor. I looked down and realized I was squeezing Kagaya too hard. I also noticed that Kagaya lied by saying she was hurt. I think she told me and Sasha that to wake up from our world. As Sasha, right? I said, stuttering a little. Why, yes, I'm Sasha. She suddenly spoke out loud as she raised her hand, like she was in elementary school, and the teacher had asked her something. Realizing what she had just done, she turns her face to the side and ignores me. I noticed that her whole face was glowing red, and seeing that expression of hers, something seems to pierce my heart, and I can't help commenting in an honest tone. Beautiful. I hear a poof sound, and I see little yellow lightning flashing from Sasha's head, and her face is redder than before. Stop. Do not look at me. She screamed when she spoke the last sentence. Lady Sasha, please calm down, Kagaya said when she willingly walked away from me and approached. Sasha, Kagaya, why did you bring me here? I'm not prepared mentally, physically, or emotionally to talk to him right now. She practically screamed with a face red with embarrassment. Kagaya ignores what Sasha said and says, Lady Sasha, you were planning some silly plan like using this maid as bait and trying to capture the man who attacked you, right? Oh, that was also a possibility. Sasha opens her eyes wide. She looked at Kagaya with a face that said, "How do you know that?" Looks like Kagaya nailed her guess. Soon her face twists into hate. Yes. So, is this what you brought me here for? To stop me from taking my revenge? She spoke in a cold tone. Wrong. I brought Lady Sasha here to strengthen herself. Kagaya spoke as she pointed her finger at me. Sasha puts on a confused face, then she looks at me. I notice her face turning a little red, but she seems to control her expression now. Lady Violet is getting stronger. Every time Lady Violet drinks Victor's blood, she is slowly getting stronger. She's probably stronger than Lady Sasha and Lady Ruby now. Kagaya spoke in a suggestive tone. Do you understand? Violet is a noble vampire at just 21 years old, practically a newborn, and she's getting stronger. She continued to speak in the same suggestive tone. How is this possible? Vampires only get stronger the older they are, or if they train their skills to the fullest, just like Lady Scathack. Sasha spoke with a shocked face as she mentioned a woman I didn't know. Suddenly Kagaya's face changes to an expression of disdain, and she sighs. Sigh. Woman, are you deaf? I'm saying Violet is getting stronger by drinking Victor's blood. Sasha and I looked at Kagaya in shock, but then, as if it were all a lie, she came back with her stoic expression and spoke in a suggestive tone. Does Lady Sasha understand what to do? Huh? Sasha was so surprised by Kagaya's sudden change of expression that she didn't hear anything. Tisk tisk, Kagaya clicked her tongue in annoyance. Suddenly Kagaya's body turns to darkness, and she disappears into the ground, then appears beside Sasha. She grabs Sasha by the arms and throws her towards me. Instinctively, I open my arms, and Sasha fell into my arms. Kaya, what are you doing? Sasha yelled as she glared at Kagaya. Kaya? That was a cute scream. I can't help but comment as I hold Sasha's waist. She was my height, and she smelled really good. I can't help but smell her neck. Kagaya bows in a gesture of respect and says, Enjoy some time with your husband, Lady Sasha. Soon, she turns and walks towards the bedroom exit, and when she leaves the bedroom, she closes the door. Huh? She looked at Kagaya with an incredulous face, but she didn't have time to do much when she suddenly felt me sniffing her neck and holding her waist. I couldn't help it. When she got close to me, I couldn't hold out longer. She turns quickly and looks at me, and when our red eyes meet, we couldn't control ourselves anymore. I see Sasha's teeth change and become sharper. She suddenly pushes me into the wall and tries to bite me, but I don't let her. I throw her to the ground and hold her arms while she wraps her legs around my waist and keeps staring at me with bloodlust. I let go of her arms and she wraps her arms around my neck. I put my face to her neck, and then I bite her. I also feel her bite my collarbone and start sucking my blood. Suddenly an explosion of emotions and feelings are directed at me, and, just like Violet, her blood was delicious. If Violet's blood was like food made by the most renowned chef in the world, I think Sasha's blood tastes the most natural. It was like I was living on an island in the middle of nowhere, and the boss of that island was a beast that had the most delicious meat in the world. It was a wild taste. It was an addictive taste. As I drank Sasha's blood, I could feel a weakened bond in my body start to get stronger. I could now feel and understand Sasha's whole existence. Her feelings, her thoughts. I could understand them just as I understood Violet. I understood what kind of woman Sasha is. Suddenly my world turns red. I realize it's the same as Violet. But unlike Violet, I could look around. This place looked like the supermarket I went to in the past when my mom asked me to buy food. Are you sure? Sasha asked as she looked at me, who was lying down. I had a huge wound on my arm like I was being attacked by the claws of a wild animal. Yes, I will make him my darling, Violet spoke with a loving smile. Sasha suddenly looks away, and I follow her gaze. Soon I see Ruby, a woman with long red hair, a voluptuous body, and green eyes. What do you think about this? No matter what I think, Violet won't change her mind. We should support her. Besides, I already brought the materials for the ritual. Ruby spoke in a neutral tone as she pointed to a black bag that seemed to be full of various items. Sasha nods her head in agreement with Ruby's words, then she looks at me and says with a bit of pity, Well, you'd better live like a vampire than become a being who stinks of wet dog. Soon the vision changes, and I'm in the same building that I was transformed in. Everything happens the same as what I saw in Violet's vision, but now I see what happened after I bit Violet. I looked at Ruby and disappeared. Ruby tried to react and defend herself, but it seems like I was faster. I appear in front of Ruby and pull her into a hug, then I bite her neck. Ah, Ruby moaned as she wrapped her arms around my neck. Then I see Ruby's gaze turn into a hot and dangerous look. She smiles with a smile full of sharp teeth and bites me. No! Violet yelled in a crazy voice. Violet suddenly looks at Sasha, her eyes glowing red. Run away from here now. Sasha, run, now. Violet uses her speed and approaches me. Appearing beside me, she tries to separate me from Ruby, but it seems I was stronger, and she couldn't separate me from Ruby. Fuck! Sasha, who was looking at Ruby and me with shocked eyes, looks at Violet, who was trying to separate me from Ruby, with a confused face. Huh. I could see she was genuinely confused. Sasha, run, now! Violet ordered this time as the atmosphere around her grew heavier and more dangerous. Lightning started to appear around Sasha, and she tried to run away. But suddenly, I disappear and appear behind Sasha. I grab her from behind and bite her neck. Ah! Sasha moans while holding my head. Suddenly, Sasha's eyes turn blood red. I stop biting Sasha, and she turns to me with a distorted smile, showing her sharp teeth. She licks my neck with a sensual gesture to clean the blood, and then bit me. I also bite her while hugging her tightly. Bitches! Violet screamed in rage as the atmosphere around her started to heat up. She was very angry. Her face was distorted in rage, and she was biting her lip in frustration. With a gesture of her hand, Violet creates several fireballs around it. Die, bitches! I stop biting Sasha and look at Violet as I open my mouth to say something. I can't figure out what it is because the world around me has started to fall apart. I wake up from the memories Sasha's blood bestowed on me and stop drinking her blood. When I realize my bloodlust is weakened, I grab Sasha around the waist and lift her up. Since she was holding me with her legs, I could lift her easily, so I sat down on the floor and placed Sasha on my lap. I start stroking Sasha's golden hair, patiently waiting for her to be satisfied. She seemed to be quite weak, and one thing I noticed is that no matter how much Sasha sucks my blood, I don't run out of blood or get tired. I think this is because of the vampire regeneration. I noticed that when I started stroking Sasha's hair, she started sucking my blood more slowly, and she also adjusted her position to sit more comfortably. A few minutes pass, and Sasha stops drinking my blood. She licks my neck a little to clean up the remaining blood, leans back, then looks at me while keeping her arms around my neck. Seeing that some blood was still on her mouth, I approach her face gently. Sasha closes her eyes and accepts my advances as I start to lick her mouth, and slowly, I kiss her. I feel her body tremble a little, but she accepts my kiss and opens her mouth. Soon our tongues dance in each other's mouths for a few seconds, and then I pull away from her. She lets out warm air from her mouth as she looks at me with her red eyes. Her breathing was erratic, and she seemed to be out of breath as she looked at me. Seeing her blonde hair as I looked in her eyes, I couldn't help but think, she is so beautiful. Suddenly, I pull her head to my chest and start stroking her head. She seemed to hold back a moan of satisfaction. I couldn't help but laugh and let out a relieved breath. I needed to calm down. Do you know that? We just met. Sasha shivered slightly when she heard my words, and I noticed her cheeks starting to get a little red. She looked really pretty. I picked up her hair that fell on her face and put it behind her ear. I am not usually like that. It's because of the ritual, yes. This is because of the ritual and because I was thirsty. She sat up and spoke to me with a serious face. Her expression would be convincing if her face weren't so red. I flashed a small smile, and I pulled her head to my chest again, then continued to pet her. A few minutes passed, and we were just enjoying each other's presence. I didn't have to say anything, after all. Just like me, she knew everything from my blood. Even though we just meet each other now, we seem to have known each other for a long time. Sigh. Sasha sighed a little. Then she pulled away from me and slowly straightened her position. Then she lay down with her head in my lap and looked up at me with her blood-red eyes. When I saw this scene, I had a sense of déjà vu. I remember doing the same thing with Violet. I thought, although with Violet, I was lying on her lap. You know? Vampires bond really fast, Sasha said. Oh. I got curious, and soon I started stroking Sasha's hair again. In our society, when a female vampire takes an interest in a male vampire, the woman will chase the male, trying to tie him up in marriage. It's the same with a male vampire who likes a female vampire, Sasha said. A stalker society? Huh? I couldn't help but think. Then she continues. The same thing happened to my mother. She was the heiress of the Folger family at the time. One fine day, she saw my father, a blonde vampire with blue eyes, and she became obsessed with him. The next day, she kidnapped him and married him. Sasha spoke with a neutral face as she closes her eyes and enjoys my caresses. My father's family had a much lower status than my mother, and vampires by nature are greedy. Because of that, my father didn't complain much when he was kidnapped. Jesus Christ. Wait, isn't this situation somehow familiar? I couldn't help but think to myself. Fortunately, my father was a noble vampire who had a stamina trait far above normal, and when the two of them had a child. I was born. I got my mother's lightning bolt and my father's stamina. Because of that, I can use my skills easily. If I only had my mother's lightning ability, every time I used that power, I would be extremely debilitated. After all, the technique of my clan that uses lightning requires the vampire to have a strong body. I didn't understand why she was telling me this, but I decided to listen in silence. She seemed to be venting her emotions. Just because I was born with better lightning resistance, my mom and dad treated me like a fun object to quench their boredom. They did a lot of experiments for me to improve lightning control. Sasha spoke as if telling the story of someone else. She didn't seem to mind the story, but I could tell by her tone of voice that she's sad. I went through a lot of training. They put me in an electric chair, and they tested my resistance to electricity. They threw me under the sea and asked me to use lightning skills to see if I would come out alive. They used the excuse of training to experiment on me to satiate their boredom. After all, I, as a noble vampire, have a much higher regeneration than normal. I went through a lot of training, and I almost died several times. She spoke the last phrase with a little pain. But I held on. I held on until these two lost interest in me, and they were bored again. Suddenly, a wave of emotion started to flood my heart. These emotions weren't mine. I bit my lip, and I tried not to demonstrate anything. And that was when I got my personal maid. She bit her lip and put her arm over her eyes and said in a shaky voice, Julia. She was like a mother to me. Whenever I came home falling apart and almost dead, she would cure me and treat me like a real daughter. I saw drops of blood falling from Sasha's face. I feel these drops of blood falling on my thigh, but I didn't care. I bit my lip and tried to remain neutral. I was feeling my heart sink, and I felt like crying. It was a strange feeling. I seemed to be feeling all her emotions. As she taught me everything I know today, etiquette, education, the rules of the noble world, arithmetic, geography, vampire history. She even played with me using games created by humans. I really enjoyed playing chess with her. She was a mother to me, a mother like my real mother never was. I miss her. I felt all the pain and sadness of Sasha when she spoke those words. Her body was visibly shaking, and she looked very fragile. I miss her. I miss my mom. I miss playing with her. I miss talking to her. She bites her lip and can't speak anymore. I feel her body shaking. Now, she didn't look like a dangerous vampire. She just looked like a child who lost her mother. I bit my lip as hard as I could, and I felt the blood pouring from my mouth. But I ignored it. I did my best to keep a neutral expression as I gently stroked Sasha's hair. You can cry, Sasha, I said as gently as possible. I just wanted to lighten her burden a little. She turned her face to the left and hid her face in my lap as she started to cry silently. Not wanting her to hide what she's feeling, I lift her up and put her in my lap, then I hold her. I place her head on my chest, and she hides her face as I feel the tears of blood wetting my shirt. I ignored it and was trying to do my best to control my emotions. I was mad at Sasha's parents for what they did to her. I was sad that Sasha had lost someone who was like a mother to her. I was disgusted by Sasha's parents for using their daughter as an object to quench their boredom. I was sorry for Sasha for having to deal with everything that happened to her. And I had immense respect for Julia and everything she did for Sasha. I had a lot of emotions running through my heart, and I wasn't managing to deal with all of those emotions at the same time. For the first time, I understood the difficulty of controlling a vampire's amplified emotions. I could feel everything multiplied by 500x, and that wasn't an easy task. I bit my lip with my sharp teeth. I felt blood pouring from my mouth and the pain I was causing myself, but I didn't care. I hugged Sasha gently as I stroked her head. I didn't want to say anything like, "It's all right." I didn't want to be a hypocrite with her. And because of that, I just decided to act as a support for her. Now, she just needs someone to vent her emotions. Kagaya appears at the door, and, seeing me hugging Sasha, she was going to open her mouth, but I just said, "Leave." My voice came out more demonic than I intended. Kagaya's eyebrows quivered for a moment, but soon she nods her head and leaves the room. I probably don't have a good expression right now. Kagaya POV. Some time passed, and I was going back to the room. I left Lord Victor in with Lady Sasha. When I reached the front of the room, I opened the door, and just as my eyes meet Lord Victor's red eyes, I feel my whole body paralyze. Lord Victor's face was very cold, and I felt my instincts screaming from danger. I also noticed that he was biting his mouth very hard, and he was hugging Sasha very protectively. "Leave." Hearing Lord Victor's order, I felt my whole body demanding as if I had to obey. It was like a primordial urge telling me that I shouldn't deny this order, because if I ignored it, something really bad would happen. Lord Victor's order is absolute. If he ordered me to do something, I must obey. I nod in agreement, and immediately I leave the room. The moment I'm away from the room, I stop walking and regain my consciousness. What happened? I couldn't help but ask aloud in shock as I looked towards the direction of the room where Lord Victor was. A few minutes pass, and Sasha stops crying. She looks at me with the face of a person who has just cried a lot. "I'm sorry, Dash." Before Sasha can say any nonsense, I put my finger to her mouth in a silent gesture. "Shoo. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Okay." Sasha nods her head, and I bring my hand to her face. When she realizes my hand is on her face, she puts her head in my hand. I laughed a little and slowly started to wipe the bloody tears from her face. "Weird. Why do I feel so safe with you?" she asked in a confused voice as she looked into my eyes. I could see her eyes had turned sapphire blue. "I'm just built different," I said with a small smile. She laughed a little when she saw my unintentional joke, but I also noticed that her emotions calmed down a little when she laughed. She seemed to be fine. I could feel her heart was serene, but I also felt immense anger hidden by all that serenity. "Violet, and I will help with your revenge," I said in a gentle tone. She looks at me with a serious face. "I know," I said with a small smile. "Ah." She made an expression showing she didn't understand. "You want to avenge your mother alone, right? You would probably tell me not to meddle in your affairs." I chuckled a little when I saw her shocked expression. "How, Dash? How do I know this?" "It's simple. Our connection told me." I spoke while laughing. "But that's not the way the connection works. It was just supposed to share the couple's location like a GPS." She practically screamed. "Mine works different," I said, laughing. "You Dash. I know I'm not normal, but Violet knew that from the beginning, right?" I said with the same smile. Sasha pouted. "Stop. Please stop interrupting me." She looked so adorable now. "Impossible," I replied. "Why, Dash? Your troubled expression is too beautiful for me to stop doing that." Sasha turned her face away and tried to hide her embarrassed expression. I stroke her head, but suddenly I get up off the floor while holding her like a princess, then I carry her to the bed and leave her there. "Natalia," I called the blonde maid. "Yes, Lord Victor?" Natalia appears from a secret passage. "Make Sasha's accommodations. She'll live with us from now on." "Impossible. We don't have enough space," Dash, Natalia was going to continue, but I interrupted. I wanted Sasha around. "Someone has to keep an eye on her, or she'll screw up." The male vampires who are Violet servants are supposed to stay in her mansion, or around my house. As long as Sasha lives with us. I only want the female vampires around her. I remember there is a building for sale a block away. Use Violet's money and buy that building. I don't want men living just a room away from Sasha. What if she's changing clothes and some of them see? Well, I know she'll probably kill them, and so would I. but it's better to avoid casualties. I sigh a little internally. I don't like to use my wife, Violet's money. After all, that money isn't mine, but that's just my pride talking. I think I should start the plan I had before. I need to make money. I'll start stealing, but in the future, I'll make my money legally within the government's laws. After all, money makes money. I just have to use it smartly. In some situations, pride is useless. I can easily ignore my pride if I can resolve a situation for my wives. If my pride is holding me back, I just have to throw my pride away. My pride is worthless if it means my wife's well-being. I just don't ignore my pride when the situation is something like Juan. He's my enemy. If he is my enemy, I must fight him. I don't throw this pride away. And I also don't let anyone step on my pride. My enemy is mine alone. I want to see his expression of despair. I want to see him slowly breaking down as I step on them. This pride I don't give up. That's possible. The building is much cheaper than the defenses made by the witch June. Natalia spoke with a slightly surprised expression. Hearing Natalia's words, I wake up from my stupor. I can't help but sigh internally. I lose control of my emotions too easily. Is it because I'm still evolving? Normally, I don't let this sadistic side of me go. I stop thinking about bullshit and I say, let Violet know that Sasha is moving in with us. I will also need to talk with my wife. She will be very angry. Tell her to meet me. I think she won't do that. Natalia spoke with uncertainty. Oh, she will, I say with a small smile, then continue as I walk towards the exit of the room. My wife is a jealous woman and obsessed with me. She always puts my safety first and forgets of her own safety. She has the best qualities of a woman. Soon I continued. She is also a loving person. She is a kind woman, and she is very fond of Sasha, who is her childhood friend. But her jealousy and obsession for me cloud her judgment. Lord Victor, I thought you didn't know about Lady Violet's personality. Natalia spoke, a little surprised. Oh, I know her personality after all. She has the same personality as me. I commented with a small smile that Natalia couldn't see. When Victor left the room, Sasha looked at Natalia and asked, what happened? Lord Victor is taking care of you. Natalia spoke in a neutral tone with a stoic expression, and she also thought internally. Upon contacting Sasha, Lord Victor let his real personality show a little. This took much longer than expected. Normally, newborns show their true selves the moment they turn into vampires. I think Victor has great self-control, and I'm a little curious what he's going to become when he can't hold back. Is he taking care of me? Sasha spoke with a strange expression, but soon after, she flashes a big, distorted smile. I see, he's taking care of me. She put both hands on her face to hide her expression like a teenager in love and started laughing in a low voice. She lays down on the bed and hides her face in the pillow. Natalia just looked at Sasha with a stoic expression. It was like she was used to seeing this kind of demonstration before. Her two, Lady Violet's friends are very similar to her. As I was walking towards the vet to pick up my beloved cat Zach, I was thinking about what happened a few minutes ago. I was still a little in shock to find that I have 2 more wives, but for some reason, I'm very happy. I mean, what man wouldn't want to have a harem? Violet is interesting. I love her personality, and she is very affectionate with me. And even though I've just met Sasha now, I feel she was really cute, and I really like seeing the way she changes when she gets embarrassed. And Ruby, I haven't contacted her yet to get an opinion on her, but seeing her personality from the memories I got from Sasha, I think she must also have an interesting personality too. I also know that having 3 wives with exotic personalities can be a very stressful thing. After all, I'm pretty sure problems will arise over time, although I don't mind those problems. I think about how sad Sasha looked and can't help but clench my fist tightly. Seeing Sasha like that made me so angry and at the same time baffled at myself. I only met her a few minutes ago and started liking her? That's impossible. But when I remember the taste of her blood and the memories I got from drinking her blood, I can't help but feel close to her. I remember the same thing happening with Violet. The moment I drank Violet's blood, I understood who Violet was. It's a very difficult thing to explain that feeling, but I think vampire relationships work differently than humans. They are more aggressive with what they like and don't mind kidnapping the person they love to make them love them too. Although this is a very questionable attitude, but one thing I was sure of is that Violet, Sasha, Ruby, and I were connected by blood, and I mean it in the most literal sense possible. I thought about that moment when I could feel everything Sasha was feeling. I also knew her superficial thoughts for a moment. Sasha and Violet told me how the ritual of turning someone into a vampire worked, and from the memories I absorbed of Sasha and Violet, I can tell that something went wrong with the ritual. Violet said that my blood is special. null blood. The blood that caused me so much trouble and ironically gave me so many benefits when I became a vampire. I could be wrong, but I think my blood influenced the ritual somehow, because, except for my blood, I'm not a special human. I'm just an ordinary human that can be found everywhere. Because of that thought, I decided that I need to learn more about the very ritual that made me what I am today, and only two beings know a lot about this ritual: the older vampires and the witches. Witches seem to be impossible to learn from about this. I'm sure with her greedy attitude, they will ask me for something valuable, so I think I'll have to ask the older vampires. "Sup, Victor?" I hear a voice talking to me, but I ignore it and keep walking while in deep thoughts. I was slowly getting used to people looking at me and whispering things like, "Hey, isn't his skin too pale? Is he a foreigner? He is very handsome. His blue eyes are beautiful." I'll be honest, these compliments boost my ego a little. After all, I've never received those compliments from other people, and getting those compliments from your mother isn't very trustworthy, since for the mother, the child is beautiful no matter what look is he born with. Although I felt good when my mother praised me. After all, she is very honest. If she thinks I'm beautiful, she'll say I'm beautiful. But if she thinks I'm ugly, she'll say I'm ugly as honestly as ever. Sometimes in the past, I received damage from my mom's honest words. I remember the day I wore a short green shirt and colorful pants and asked my mom if I looked good. And as always, she was honest in saying, "You look like a clown who went to the circus to work and only wore the pants that were part of the uniform." Ugh. Just remembering that I still suffer damage. "Victor!" I heard someone screaming really loud in my ear, and with my new vampire senses, it was like someone had put a speaker on full volume near my ear and had screamed my name. I quickly put a hand to my ear and looked at whoever did it angrily. Seeing that the man who did this to me was my childhood friend, I practically screamed, "You fucking idiot! Why did you do that? Bruh, I've been calling you since like 10 minutes ago, and you weren't talking to me. Are you ignoring me?" He asked with his usual gentle smile. A man with spiky blonde hair and eyes like a green sapphire. He had an asymmetrical V-shaped face with a gentle smile and a body tone from sports. He was tall at 185 centimeters in height. He was my childhood friend Andrew Walter. It's been a while since I've seen this idiot. Wasn't he traveling with his mother or something? Thinking about the appearance of Andrew's mother, I can't help but shake my head several times to get the thought out of my head. Don't think of your friend's mother that way. Don't break the brother's code of conduct. The brother's code of conduct was something my friends and I created, and the code was simple. Don't date your friend's ex-girlfriends. Don't date your friend's mother or sister. And most importantly, don't date your friend's current girlfriend. Why did we create this? Well, I'm fully aware that my mom is beautiful. I know that with her personality, it's almost impossible for her to cheat on my dad. But it's good to guarantee, right? Andrew's mother is also a very beautiful woman. And my other friend Edward's sister was very beautiful too. So to prevent our friendship from falling apart because of reasons like dating a friend's mother or sister, we made this code. He starts looking at me with questioning eyes. He looks me up and down as if he's sizing me up. Then he nods to himself, as if he understands what happened. "Did you take any kind of medicine those athletes use?" "What's the name again?" He puts a hand to his chin as if he's thinking. "Anabolics?" I spoke while looking at him. "Yes, that's right." "Did you take that?" "Dude, don't do this. I know you were bothered with your body, but those meds only make your health worse." "I'll tell your mother," he said, with that last part sounding like a child who caught his friend doing something wrong and said he was going to tell their mother. "I didn't take those." I practically screamed. "It's okay. You can be honest with your friend." He spoke as he touched my shoulder with a look that would understand me. This man really makes me angry sometimes. I didn't take anything. This is just puberty. I used the same excuse I used for my mom. He looked at me like I was an idiot and said, "Bullshit." Of course, he wouldn't believe it. I also know this excuse is ridiculous. Puberty doesn't make a human grow taller, build toned muscle, and make you look the same as Captain America. Well, he's right. If puberty did that, the world would be full of people with superhuman physiques. Stop the bullshit and tell me the truth. Ugh. I think of an excuse to change the subject. Soon something comes to mind. I have a wife now. He looks at me with a shocked face. I don't believe you. He spoke in a dry, honest tone. I just looked at him with a dead stare. He knows I'm like my mother, and I'm very honest with close people. Living 21 years with a mother who speaks all she thinks can influence you in some way. It's a lie, right? Right? He looked at me with eyes begging that it was a lie. Dude, I'm married now, I said honestly. I do not believe it. After all, you're not wearing a wedding ring. What kind of man marries and doesn't wear a wedding ring? Are you already cheating on your wife? Bruh, decide whether you believe me or not. Sigh. What a troubled man. It's true. I'm married, but things happened too quickly and I couldn't prepare a wedding ring or anything. Anyway, see ya. I said goodbye to him. Huh? Wait. I'll go with you. I stopped walking and looked at him. You don't even know where I'm going, and you're going to follow me? What if I'm going somewhere illegal? That matters? If you're going somewhere illegal, I'll go with you. It must be fun there, right? I can't let you go alone in this place. Of course, when this is all over, I'll tell your mother. This man is a good friend, but for some reason, he's always ratting on me to my mother. Wait, I look at him dead-eyed. If you chase after my mom, I'll go after your mom too. Are you listening to me? I threatened him. He looks at me with a look like he doesn't believe what I said. Dude, you know I respect your mother a lot. After all, she helped me with a problem in the past involving my father, and I remember the code. I wouldn't do something like that. Good. I think I'm satisfied. I know he wouldn't do that, and I also know he respects my mother a lot since she was their family advocate when his worthless father wanted custody of Andrew. And I don't like married women either. They are troublesome, and I don't want to die from a stray bullet by a man I put a green hat on. He spoke with a gentle smile. You speak as if you have experience of your own. I looked at him suspiciously. I saw his smile break for a moment. Then he said, I use my right to remain silent. We are in a free country. Dude, you're gonna die one of these days. You better stop it. I gave a piece of advice. I know I did this when I was 20 years old. I stopped doing this after what happened in the past. You are only 21 years old. Don't talk like this is in the distant past. I commented internally. Oh well, was she pretty? I couldn't help but ask, curious, as I started walking towards the vet. I also noticed he started following me. Yes, she was 32 years old, curvy body with dark black hair. She lived in New York, and she was from a wealthy family. But her husband was a 66-year-old man. I think she was frustrated because her husband didn't satisfy her. Oh, the pattern, huh? Indeed, he spoke. Somehow, I feel sorry for the guy. I commented a little sympathetically. Oh, on experience? Dude, you just got married, and you're already taking your wife's greenhorn? Fuck off. He laughed out loud. I had a small smile, too. Even though he's an annoying friend at times, he was a good friend. I've known him since I was a kid, too. Well, I know with your personality, you would probably kill the guy and your wife if you found out you were being cheated on. He commented casually like it was no big deal. Hey, if that happens, I won't stop it, but I won't let you kill yourself. After all, you're my friend. I think I should make a plan in case this happens in the future. Maybe save money and buy a passport abroad. Maybe Brazil. I heard the politicians there are very corrupt, and in exchange for a few dollars, they would help you easily. He began to monologue out loud. Stop thinking nonsense. That will never happen, I said. After all, knowing Violet's personality, it's impossible for that to happen. Okay, but I'll still make the plan. All right. I accept it. I know it's no use talking anymore now. He's always like that. He's very careful. I think what happened in the past with his father affected him a lot. Looking at a small establishment in front of me, I nod to myself. This is the right place. When I entered the establishment, the first thing I saw was my cat, Zach, sitting at the counter and looking around in surveillance. I looked at my cat. He is furry black with a patch of fur around his chest and neck that is pinkish-white in color. His head fur was also very spiky, and he has short ears with less black and more dark brown fur. On the outside, his eyes were pool blue and had a black slit in the middle, typical of cats, but my cat's eyes were the cutest of all. Cough, okay, maybe not. But I think so it's true. He had a cat's whiskers, of course, nearly 10 strands of white on each side. Sup, Zach? How are you? I spoke out loud. The few customers who were picking up their pets looked at me with confused eyes, probably thinking I was crazy or something. But soon something happens that surprises everyone. Zach looks at me and raises his paw. Meow. Omo. I nod at myself satisfied, and I smiled a little when I saw the customers look at the shocked cat. As always, your cat looks more like a dog than a cat. I don't like cats, but I wouldn't mind adopting him. Never. And cats are the best. They are silent, quiet, and affectionate, making them the best animal there is. Meow. Zach meowed at me like he was agreeing. See? Even he agrees. Whatever. Andrew doesn't even try to argue. So he turns his face and looks at a 21-year-old woman who was wearing a doctor's coat. Oh, Victor and Andrew. She spoke Andrew's name angrily.